Hey there, Night Wanderers. Tonight we're diving into a story older than almost every story ever told. Greek mythology. Thunder-throwing kings, monsters with too many heads, heroes who really should have listened to their mothers, and gods who handle jealousy about as gracefully as a toddler handles a dropped ice cream cone. Over the next few hours we're walking through the whole saga, from a universe of pure nothing to the final fading of the last great heroes. You will meet Zeus and his very questionable life choices, peek into the underworld, watch a wooden horse change the fate of a kingdom, and learn why you should never accept a mysterious box as a wedding gift. Before we begin, drop a comment and tell me what city you're tuning in from and what time it is on your side of the world. I love seeing who's along for the ride, so dim the lights, get cozy, pour something warm, and let the rest of the world fade out. Tonight we travel all the way back to the beginning of everything, when there was no sky, no sea, no earth, and no stories yet to tell. Ready? Let us begin. Picture absolutely nothing. Not darkness, because darkness is still something. Not silence, because silence requires ears. Not empty space, because space itself had not been invented yet. The ancient Greeks called this enormous nothing chaos, and unlike the modern usage of the word, it did not mean disorder or a messy bedroom. It meant a yawning, infinite gap. A great cosmic shrug that existed before existence got around to existing. If you're trying to picture it, you're already doing it wrong, because picturing requires something to look at, and there was nothing to look at, nothing to look with, and no one around to do the looking. Out of this endless nothing somehow, the first beings appeared. The Greeks were vague about exactly how this happened, which is fair, because nobody was around to take notes. The first to emerge was Gaia, the broad and steady earth, who had become the great mother of nearly everything that mattered. Then came Tartarus, a dark and bottomless pit located conveniently as far beneath the earth as the sky stood above it. After Tartarus came Eros, the primordial force of attraction and desire, who is not to be confused with the chubby winged baby of later art. This was the older, far more serious version of Eros, the one responsible for pulling things together so that anything new could ever be created in the first place. Without him, the universe would have remained a collection of lonely strangers refusing to make eye contact. Then came Erebus, the deep shadow, and Nyx, the night herself, two siblings who quickly proved that even at the dawn of creation, family dynamics were complicated. From the union of Erebus and Nyx came Ether, the bright upper air, and Hemera, the soft glow of day. So before there were any gods of harvests, oceans, or thunder, there was a basic working set of features. Earth below, pit beneath the earth, attraction holding it all together, darkness, night, light, and day. Not exactly a bustling cosmos yet, but a respectable start considering the building materials available. Nyx herself deserves a moment of attention here, because she would go on to become one of the most quietly powerful figures in the entire mythology, and one even Zeus would learn to walk softly around. From her, all on her own without any partner, came a long line of grim and necessary children. Doom and old age, sleep, gentle and inevitable, and his brother Death, less gentle but equally inevitable. The whole tribe of dreams who would later answer to a grandson called Morpheus. Blame and pain, and the fates known as the Moirai. Three sisters who measured out the threads of mortal lives with a quiet professionalism that would have made any insurance actuary nervous. Nemesis, the spirit of righteous retribution, also belonged to this dark family. The lesson, embedded into the very structure of the early cosmos, was that night gives birth to all the difficult things. Sleep we love, dreams we crave, but the same mother who gave us those also gave us aging, suffering, and the eventual end of every story. The Greeks did not pretend otherwise. Gaia, however, was not the type to sit still. She was the earth itself, and the earth, as it turns out, is creative. Without any partner at all, she produced Uranus, the vast starry sky, who stretched himself over her completely, covering her from horizon to horizon. She also produced the rolling hills, the deep seas with their salty currents, and a great many other features of the natural world. But it was Uranus who would become her companion, and together they would begin the real story. The story of generations, of inheritance, of children who do not always appreciate their parents, and parents who do not always deserve appreciation. Gaia also produced Pontus, the deep sea, who would later father a strange family of sea beings including Phorcys and Ceto, ancestors of the Gorgons and the Graeae, creatures that would cross paths with certain heroes much later. Uranus and Gaia had a great many children, and to put it gently, the family album was unusual. Their first batch of offspring were the 12 Titans, 6 sons and 6 daughters, enormous beings of incredible power who would shape the early ages of the cosmos. The sons were Oceanus, the endless river that the Greeks believed circled the world; Coeus, a titan of intellect and the heavenly axis; Crius, a southern pillar of the world; Hyperion, who would father the sun, moon, and dawn; Iapetus, who would father a line of troublemakers including Prometheus; and finally Cronus, the youngest, the cleverest, and unfortunately for everyone involved, the most ambitious. The daughters of Uranus and Gaia were equally impressive. Theia, the shining one, who would partner with Hyperion to produce the heavenly lights; Rhea, who would become the mother of the next generation of gods and arguably the most patient woman in mythology; Themis, the embodiment of divine law and proper order; Mnemosyne, the personification of memory, who would much later give rise to the Muses; Phoebe, a titaness of prophecy and the moon; and Tethys, who paired with Oceanus to produce all the rivers and ocean nymphs of the world. These 12 made up the first proper ruling family of the cosmos, a divine board of directors, if you will, with Uranus and Gaia at the head of the table. It is worth pausing on a few of these titans, because their later descendants would shape almost every famous myth that followed. Theia and Hyperion produced 3 radiant children: Helios, who drove the sun chariot across the sky each day; Selene, who guided the moon through the night; and Eos, the rosy-fingered dawn, who would in turn produce the 4 winds and the morning star. So every sunrise, every moonrise, every breeze across a Greek hillside was technically a family member of the original 12. Coeus and Phoebe produced 2 daughters who would also become important: Leto, future mother of Apollo and Artemis, and Asteria, mother of the goddess Hecate, who held dominion over crossroads, magic, and the strange threshold places where the seen world brushed against the unseen. Iapetus, meanwhile, paired with the ocean nymph Clymene to produce 4 sons, who would each represent a different relationship between gods and humanity: Atlas, who would carry the sky; Menoetius, who would meet a bad end early in the cosmic wars; Prometheus, the forethinker, who would become humanity's greatest divine friend; and Epimetheus, the afterthinker, who would mean well but generally make the wrong choice when given a 50-50 chance. These 4 brothers were the genealogical bridge between the Titans and the eventual human race, although mortals had not been invented yet and would not be invented for some time. The cosmos was still very busy sorting out who was in charge before it could get around to making creatures small enough to worship anyone. But the family did not stop there. Gaia and Uranus also produced 3 Cyclopes, enormous one-eyed craftsmen named Brontes, Sterops, and Arges, whose names roughly translated to thunder, lightning, and bright. These were not the dim-witted brutes from later stories. The original Cyclopes were master smiths, capable of forging weapons that could shake the foundations of existence. They were also genuinely terrifying to look at, towering taller than mountains, with a single great eye burning in the centre of each massive brow. Imagine the most skilled jeweller in the world and combine him with an industrial steel mill, then make the whole thing the size of a small country. That gives you a rough idea. And then came 3 more siblings, even stranger, called the Hecatonchires, the 100-handed ones. Each had 50 heads and 100 arms, which made hugging them a logistical nightmare and made fighting them a thing no sensible being wanted to attempt. Their names were Cottus, Briareus, and Gyges, and although they would later become loyal allies to the right gods, their appearance alone was enough to make their own father turn away in horror. Briareus in particular would gather a reputation among the sea gods as a being of immense strength who could be called upon in dire emergencies. Poseidon himself, much later, would summon Briareus to defend Zeus against a palace conspiracy, although that is a story for a later chapter. Uranus took one look at the Cyclops and the 100-handed ones and decided, with all the warmth of a man rejecting a casserole at a potluck, that he wanted nothing to do with them. He shoved them deep into the body of Gaia, locking them away in the dark recesses of the earth. This was, as you might imagine, extremely uncomfortable for Gaia, who happened to be the earth in question. Imagine having a back full of children you cannot remove, and a husband who refuses to discuss the situation. Naturally, she grew furious, and when the earth herself grows furious, things tend to break. Gaia hatched a plan. She reached deep within herself and produced a great sickle of adamantine, a metal so hard nothing else could scratch it. Then she gathered her Titan sons and laid out the situation. Their father had imprisoned their brothers. Their father refused to listen. Their father needed, in her opinion, a firm and decisive reminder of who held the power in this household. She asked which of them was brave enough to act. The older Titans, to a man, looked at their feet. Oceanus suddenly became very interested in a distant horizon. Coeus discovered a pressing need to study the axis of the heavens. Only Cronus, the youngest, stepped forward and accepted the sickle. That night, when Uranus came down to embrace Gaia as he did each evening, Cronus was waiting in ambush. The blow that followed was swift and final. Cronus struck his father with the sickle, severing him from his power and his throne in a single stroke. The drops of blood that fell upon Gaia produced new beings entirely. The Erinyes, the three Furies, dread spirits of vengeance who would later hound any mortal who shed family blood. The Giants, an enormous and warlike race, and the Meliae, gentle ash-tree nymphs, because mythology has always had a sense of contrast. The severed parts of Uranus were cast far out into the sea, where they churned with the salt foam for a long while before producing one of the most famous figures in all of myth. From that foam rose Aphrodite, fully formed, radiant, and stepping onto the shore of Cyprus as the goddess of love and beauty. A gentler birth, you would think, would have been preferable. But the cosmos does not work that way. With Uranus broken and withdrawn from active rule, Cronus took the throne of the universe. He freed his Titan siblings from any restraints that remained and declared a new age, a golden age according to later poets, during which mortals would eventually live without toil or sorrow. But there was a small problem, and the problem was Cronus himself. Before retreating, Uranus had pronounced a prophecy upon his ungrateful son. The same fate, he said, would come to Cronus. One of his own children would rise up and overthrow him, exactly as he had overthrown his father. Family curses, in mythology, never come cheap. The Greeks called Cronus' reign the Golden Age, although it is important to note that mortals did not actually exist yet in most versions of the tale, so the description was a bit of marketing applied after the fact. According to later poets like Hesiod, when the first generation of mortals did appear under Cronus' watch, they lived in a state of perpetual ease. The earth produced food without farming. The weather was always mild. No one aged painfully or fell ill. People simply lived long, peaceful lives and then drifted off into a gentle sleep that became death without anyone noticing the transition. It was, by all accounts, a paradise. It was also, like most paradises in myth, suspiciously short on details and conveniently inaccessible to anyone who wanted to verify the claims. Whatever the conditions on Earth, the situation in the cosmic ruling household was tense. Cronus could not relax. He could not enjoy his power. Every time his wife Rhea announced she was expecting, his thoughts went straight to the prophecy. Some men respond to anxiety by talking to a therapist. Some pour themselves a drink. Cronus chose a third path, and it remains one of the worst third paths in the recorded history of parenting. Cronus took his sister Rhea as his queen, and they began producing children of their own. The first was Hestia, a gentle goddess of the hearth. Then came Demeter, who would one day become the goddess of grain and the harvest. Then Hera, future queen of the next divine order. Then Hades, dark and serious. Then Poseidon, restless and oceanic. Cronus, however, was a paranoid father. He remembered his father's warning with the kind of clarity only guilt can produce, so he came up with a solution, and his solution was, frankly, awful. Each time Rhea gave birth, Cronus took the newborn and swallowed it whole. Just gulped it down, alive and divine, and went back to ruling the cosmos as if nothing strange had happened at the dinner table. Rhea, for obvious reasons, was devastated. 5 children, one by one, vanished down her husband's throat. She bore them, held them for a moment, and then watched them disappear before she could even sing them a lullaby. Imagine the world's worst pregnancy announcement followed by the world's worst baby shower, 5 times in a row. By the time she was carrying her 6th child, she had reached the breaking point. She went to her mother Gaia for advice, and Gaia, who was no stranger to husbands behaving terribly, was happy to help. Together they came up with a plan. When the 6th child was born, Rhea would hide him away and present Cronus with a substitute. A stone. A simple, ordinary stone wrapped in swaddling cloth. Cronus, who apparently never paid much attention to the texture of his own children, swallowed it without a second glance, satisfied that another threat to his throne had been neatly contained. The real child, an infant boy named Zeus, was spirited away to the island of Crete, hidden in a cave on Mount Ida, and raised in secret far from his father's gaze. He was nursed by a divine goat named Amalthea, whose horn would later become the cornucopia, and protected by a band of armoured spirits called the Curetes, who clashed their shields together whenever the baby cried so that Cronus would not hear the sound on the wind. The cave on Mount Ida became one of the most sacred sites in ancient Greece. Pilgrims would visit it for centuries, leaving offerings to honour the place where the king of the gods had been hidden. The local Cretan nymphs Adrasteia and Ida, daughters of the ancient sea god, were said to have helped Amalthea care for the divine infant. They fed him honey from wild bees, taught him to walk along the rocky slopes, and watched him grow stronger by the season. The Cretes danced their loud war dances at the cave mouth, banging their bronze shields, drowning out the cries of a child who was destined to bring down the very father searching for him. There was a quiet irony in all this. Cronus, the lord of time, sat blind to the future unfolding directly under his nose, outmanoeuvred by his own wife and mother-in-law. And so the cosmos had a structure at last, a sky above, an earth below, an underworld further beneath, day and night taking turns, and a ruling order led by Cronus and the Titans. But the cycle that had begun with Gaia and Uranus had not stopped. It had only paused. Somewhere on a quiet island, a baby was growing, and the prophecy that Cronus had tried so hard to swallow was about to come back up. Zeus grew quickly on Crete, hidden among the wild things of the mountain. By the time he reached young adulthood, he was strong, clever, and very aware of who his father was and what his father had done to his siblings. Gaia, ever the cosmic strategist, made sure he knew everything: the swallowed children, the stone in their place, the prophecy his grandfather had spoken, the throne that by every right of vengeance and bloodline ought to belong to him. Zeus listened, and Zeus planned. His first move was not violence but trickery, which would become a lifelong pattern for him. With the help of Metis, a titaness of cunning who would later play a much larger role in his story, he prepared a special potion. Some versions of the tale describe it as a sort of emetic mixed with wine, others as a herbal mixture, but the function was the same. It would force Cronus to bring back up what he had so foolishly swallowed. Zeus then disguised himself, possibly as a cupbearer, possibly with the assistance of Rhea, who pretended to make peace with her son, and slipped the potion into Cronus's cup at a feast. The result was, in a word, dramatic. Cronus heaved, and out came the stone he had swallowed last, which would later be set up at Delphi as a sacred relic. Then, in reverse order, came the children. Poseidon emerged first, fully grown and furious. Then Hades, dark-eyed and grim. Then Hera, regal even in her unconventional rebirth. Then Demeter, then Hestia. 5 gods, fully matured, having spent years inside their father's belly stewing in resentment, with a great deal of time to consider what they would like to do with their freedom. This was not a family reunion. This was a recruitment drive. Zeus stood before his newly liberated siblings and proposed an alliance. They would fight their father, they would tear down the Titan Order and build a new one. The siblings, who had spent the better part of forever marinating in their father's digestive juices, agreed enthusiastically. Hades in particular was reportedly not in a forgiving mood, and so the second great cycle of cosmic war was about to begin, the one the Greeks called the Titanomachy, the War of the Titans. It would not be a quick fight. Cronus was not weak, and he was not alone. Most of the older Titans rallied to his side. Hyperion, Coeus, Creus, and Iapetus stood with their brother. The battle lines formed along the great peaks of Greece. Cronus and his loyalists established themselves on Mount Othrys to the north. Zeus and his siblings took up position on Mount Olympus to the south. For 10 long years the two mountains traded blows. Lightning split the sky, the earth shook, seas boiled, and the cosmos itself trembled, but neither side could land a decisive strike. It was the longest stalemate in mythological history and, frankly, an enormous waste of weather. This was a war between beings the size of mountains, throwing actual mountains at each other. Forests caught fire from passing lightning, whole ranges shifted, and the great salt sea sometimes withdrew from its shores for days at a time. Neither side took a single year off. There were no truces, no winter breaks, no diplomatic dinners. Both armies fought through every season, every kind of weather, every cycle of sun and moon, and at the end of 10 years they had achieved precisely nothing. The Titans were too strong to be pushed back, and the younger gods were too clever to be overrun. Something had to break the deadlock, and Zeus, watching the war drag on, began to suspect that nothing within his own ranks could do it. The breakthrough would have to come from outside. Not every Titan, however, sided with Cronus. A few defected to the younger gods. Themis, the Titaness of divine order, recognized that the old order was no longer just, and she joined Zeus. So did her son Prometheus, the Titan of forethought, whose name literally meant he who thinks ahead. He looked at the long stalemate and the strengths of both sides and concluded, with the precision of a man reading a chessboard, that the younger gods were going to win eventually, and it was wise to be on the right side of history early. His brother Epimetheus, whose name meant he who thinks afterward, came along largely because his brother told him to. The two would play very different roles in what came later, but for now they fought alongside Zeus. Even so, the war dragged on, and Zeus eventually realized he needed more than just sibling solidarity and a few clever titans. He needed firepower, real, world-shaking firepower. And so he descended into the very depths of the earth, into the dark prison where his uncle still languished. The 3 Cyclopes and the 300-handed ones, all imprisoned by Uranus and ignored by Cronus, were still down there, waiting for someone to remember they existed. Zeus remembered. He freed them. He brought them food, broke their chains, and offered them a place in his new order. In return, they offered him gifts that would change the war forever. The 3 Cyclopes, master craftsmen of the old world, set to work in the deep forges of the earth. For Zeus they forged the thunderbolt, a weapon of pure heavenly fire that could split mountains and shatter divinity itself. For Poseidon they forged the trident, a 3-pronged spear that could shake the seas and crack open the ground. And for Hades they forged the helm of darkness, a cap that rendered its wearer completely invisible. 3 weapons, 3 brothers, 3 realms in waiting. The forging itself was the stuff of legend. Deep beneath the world, in volcanic chambers where iron flowed like water and the air shimmered with heat, the Cyclopes worked without pause. Their hammers struck sparks the size of suns. Their bellows roared like storms trapped in caverns. They drew metal from the bones of the earth itself, mixed it with the lightning that Brontes could summon at will, cooled it in waters older than memory, and shaped it with a precision that no other beings, before or after, could match. When the weapons were finished, they hummed with power even at rest. The thunderbolt was a jagged spike of crackling light that pulsed in Zeus's hand. The trident gleamed with sea foam and starlight. The helm was darker than the deepest cave, drinking in every ray that touched it. The 100-handed ones offered something different, but just as valuable. They marched onto the battlefield and began hurling boulders, 300 at a time, with the kind of precision that comes from having 100 separate hands all working in coordination. The Titans, who had been holding their own for 10 years, suddenly found themselves under a constant rain of mountain debris. While the sky above them split with lightning, the sea beside them rose in walls, and a god they could not see appeared from nowhere to strike them down. It was by any reasonable measure unfair. War rarely is. The final battle, when it came, lasted only a single day. Zeus stood at the centre of the storm, his thunderbolt raised, and he loosed strike after strike with a rhythm that had no pause built into it. The sky was no longer the sky. It was a continuous wall of flame and white fire. Poseidon, beneath the waves, drove walls of seawater up onto the Titan stronghold, drowning whatever the lightning did not burn. Hades, invisible in his new helm, walked through the enemy lines, snatching weapons out of Titan hands, untying armour straps, and generally causing the kind of confusion that ends armies. The 100-handed ones poured boulders down on the survivors. When the dust settled at sunset, Mount Olympus was a smoking ruin, and the Titans who had ruled the cosmos for an age stood broken, exhausted, and waiting for judgment. The Titanomachy ended decisively. Cronus and his loyal brothers were defeated, dragged in chains down to the deepest pit of Tartarus, that bottomless darkness as far beneath the earth as the sky stood above it. There they were locked away with brass gates and bronze walls, with the 100-handed ones set as eternal guards to make sure they never escaped. A few Titans avoided this fate. Themis and Prometheus, the early defectors, were honoured among the new gods. Oceanus, who had taken no real part in the war, was left to manage his great encircling river in peace. The female Titans were generally spared as well, since they had not picked up arms against Zeus. But Atlas, who had led many of the Titans into battle, received a particular punishment. Zeus did not throw him into Tartarus. Instead, he condemned Atlas to stand forever at the far western edge of the world and hold the sky upon his shoulders, keeping it from collapsing back onto the earth. It was, depending on your sense of humour, either an eternal labour or the worst gym membership in cosmic history. Atlas would still be there many ages later, when certain mortal heroes came looking for golden apples and made him an unfortunate offer. Tartarus itself, where the rest of the defeated Titans went, was not simply a deep hole. According to the poets, it was a pit so vast that a bronze anvil dropped from heaven would fall for 9 days and 9 nights before reaching the earth, and then another 9 days and 9 nights of falling before it struck the floor of Tartarus. The gate, forged by Poseidon himself, was made of bronze that no fire could melt and no force could break. Around it ran walls of solid darkness, 3 layers thick. Within those walls the defeated Titans were chained to enormous pillars, kept apart from one another so they could not plot, fed just enough to keep them alive, and watched at every moment by the 300-handed ones who had been given the role of permanent guards. It was the first prison in the cosmos. Before this moment there had been overthrows and exiles and quiet retreats, but no proper system for locking enemies away. Zeus, watching his uncles march down into the depths in chains, was essentially inventing the concept of incarceration on the spot. It would prove useful later, when other troublemakers needed somewhere to go. Tartarus would become the standard destination for any being whose crimes were too great for ordinary punishment, and over the ages its roles would grow to include some of the most famous names in mythology. With the war won, the brothers gathered to divide the spoils. 3 realms, 3 gods, 3 weapons. The youngest brothers stood together and drew lots, an old-fashioned but fair method that left the outcome to chance rather than ambition. Zeus drew the sky, and with it the rule of the heavens, the storms, and the upper world. Poseidon drew the sea, all its currents and depths and the creatures that swam in them. Hades drew the underworld, the realm of the dead, the silent kingdom that no one truly wanted but someone had to govern. The earth itself, by ancient agreement, was shared by all 3, which would later cause exactly the kind of family arguments you would expect. Hades, as the new lord of the underworld, took his position seriously. He was not, despite later reputations, a wicked god. He was sombre, just and largely uninterested in the affairs of the upper world. He simply did the job no one else wanted. Poseidon, in contrast, took his sea with enthusiasm, building himself a coral palace in the depths and immediately beginning a long career of fathering sea creatures, horses, and occasional monsters with anyone who caught his eye. Zeus took the heavens and added a permanent residence on Mount Olympus, the tallest peak in Greece, whose summit pierced the clouds and stood above the affairs of mortals. Mount Olympus became the seat of the new order. It was not just a mountain, but a divine palace beyond the clouds, with halls of gold and gates kept by the Herae, the goddesses of the seasons. From here Zeus would rule, his siblings beside him, his future children gathered around him, and the affairs of the cosmos would be decided in council. The original 12 Olympians would not all be in place yet, since several were still to be born, but the foundation was laid. The first Olympian generation included Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, and Hestia, with Hades preferring his own quiet domain below and rarely climbing up to attend meetings, which, given the family dynamics, was probably a sensible choice. The palace itself, built by Hephaestus in later ages, was a marvel of bronze roofs and golden floors, with thrones for each of the gods, gardens watered by springs of nectar, and stables for the immortal horses. The whole arrangement was designed to inspire awe in any being who saw it, a deliberate message that the previous management style of swallowing children had been firmly retired. There was, however, one more challenge waiting before the new order could truly settle in. Gaia, the Great Earth Mother, was not entirely pleased with how things had turned out. She had helped overthrow Uranus, and then helped overthrow Cronus, but she had not expected her grandchildren to lock so many of her sons away in Tartarus. She loved her Titan children, even the cruel ones, and she did not love watching them suffer underground forever. So she produced one final threat, a monstrous being named Typhon, who deserves more attention than this chapter has room for. He was the largest creature ever created, with 100 dragon heads, eyes of fire, and a voice that combined every animal that had ever lived into one terrifying chorus. Gaia sent him against Olympus. Typhon was so enormous that his head reportedly brushed the stars while his feet still stood on the earth, which gives some sense of the scale problem the gods were dealing with. From his shoulders sprouted 100 serpent heads, each one capable of speech, each one breathing fire of a different colour. His lower body, instead of legs, consisted of 2 enormous coiled serpents that hissed and lashed independently. His arms were so long they could reach from one horizon to the other, and his wings, when he chose to spread them, blotted out the sun across whole regions of the world. When he opened his many mouths, the sounds that came out included the roar of lions, the bellow of bulls, the hissing of snakes, the howl of dogs, and occasionally, for variety, voices that spoke in languages no one recognized. The gods, to their credit, panicked. Most of them fled, taking the forms of animals to hide from the monster, which is a less than glorious moment for the new ruling order. Aphrodite, the story goes, became a fish. Hermes turned into an ibis. Apollo became a hawk. Even Ares, supposedly a god of war, reportedly took the form of a wild boar and bolted into the underbrush. Only Zeus stood his ground. Armed with his thunderbolt, he battled Typhon across continents, scarring the earth with the contest, and finally pinned the great creature under the weight of Mount Etna in Sicily. To this day, the Greeks said, when the mountain rumbled and smoked, it was Typhon stirring beneath, still struggling against his prison. With Typhon's final defeat, the new order was secure, although Gaia would make one more attempt at trouble by producing a race of giants who would later go to war with the gods. That confrontation, the Gigantomachie, would end in victory for the Olympians as well, with the help of a mortal hero born many generations later. The cycle of fathers and sons, of overthrow and inheritance, had now run its 3rd generation. Uranus had ruled and fallen to Cronus. Cronus had ruled and fallen to Zeus. The pattern seemed almost like a cosmic rhythm, an inevitable beat. But Zeus had paid attention to history, and Zeus had no intention of falling the same way. He had married first, in some traditions, the Titaness Metis, the very one who had helped him poison his father. When a prophecy reached him that Metis would bear a son who would one day overthrow him, Zeus did the most extreme thing imaginable, even by the standards of his own family. He swallowed Metis whole, just as his father had swallowed his siblings. This bizarre act would later result in one of the strangest births in all of myth, which is a story for another chapter. For now, the cosmos had a king. Zeus the Thunderer, lord of the sky, master of Olympus, father of gods and men to come. His brother Poseidon ruled the deep. His brother Hades ruled the silent dead. His sisters Hera, Demeter and Hestia stood beside him in different capacities, some content, some plotting, all powerful. The Titans were buried in darkness, the monsters tamed or pinned, and the mountain of Olympus shone above the world like a promise, or perhaps a warning. Because the gods may have settled the cosmic order, but they had not yet turned their attention to the small, fragile, and very interesting creatures that would soon walk the earth below, creatures called mortals, and mortals, as you will see, were about to make everything much more complicated. The cosmos was settled, the throne was secure, the Titans were buried, the monsters were pinned, and the great mountain palace gleamed above the clouds. What the new order lacked, however, was an audience. Gods are wonderful in theory, but they require worshippers, troublemakers, and the occasional clever mortal to make life on Olympus interesting. So attention turned, at last, to the small project that had been quietly delayed during all those wars, the making of humanity. And the man assigned to do the work, more or less by default, was Prometheus. Prometheus, you may recall, had been the early Titan defector who calculated the outcome of the Great War before most other beings noticed which way the wind was blowing. His name meant forethought, and he had earned it. He was the kind of person who walked into a room, took one glance at the seating arrangement, and immediately knew which chair would be the safest one to sit in for the next 10 years. His brother Epimetheus, whose name meant afterthought, was the opposite. Epimetheus walked into rooms and sat down without looking, often on the cat. The two brothers, sharing a workshop and a complicated family history, were given the task of populating the earth with living things, animals first, mortals second. Epimetheus, eager to be helpful for once, volunteered to handle the distribution of gifts. The deal was simple. Each species needed certain qualities to survive: speed, strength, warm coats, sharp teeth, the ability to fly, swim, dig, or hide. Epimetheus opened the great divine cabinet of qualities and began handing them out as fast as he could, with the enthusiasm of someone who has not bothered to check the inventory. Lions got claws, birds got wings, fish got gills, turtles got shells, bees got stingers, deer got speed. By the time he was finished, he had used up every available trait and felt, understandably, quite pleased with himself. Then Prometheus arrived with the latest creation, a small, upright, two-legged figure shaped lovingly from river clay and water. The first mortal. Epimetheus looked at his brother. Prometheus looked at the empty cabinet. Then Prometheus looked at the mortal, naked, slow, soft, without fur or fangs or wings or armour of any kind, and reportedly said a word that the muses politely did not record. His brother had given away every advantage in nature to creatures that could already survive perfectly well, and saved nothing for the species that needed help the most. Humans were going to walk out into the world with nothing but their bare hands and their ability to look surprised. Prometheus, faced with this disaster, did what he always did. He started thinking, and what he thought was that, since all the practical traits were taken, he would have to compensate by giving humans something the other animals lacked. The Titans, you will remember, had access to the divine fire that burned on Mount Olympus. This fire was not just heat. It was the spark of craft, the warmth of cooking, the glow that drove away predators in the night, and most importantly, the seed of every art and science that mortals might ever develop. With fire, humans could shape metal. They could bake bread. They could light lamps to read by, although reading would have to wait until someone invented writing, which would take a while. With fire, humans could become more than naked, slow, soft creatures wandering a hostile world. There was, of course, one problem. Zeus had explicitly forbidden the gift of fire to humanity. The reasons were complicated and depended on which storyteller you asked. Some said Zeus simply did not trust mortals with that kind of power. Some said he held a grudge over an earlier incident, in which Prometheus had tricked him at a sacrifice on Mount Mycone, hiding all the good meat under an unappetizing layer of stomach skin while presenting the gleaming bones wrapped in shiny fat as the better portion. Zeus, who could not resist a shiny presentation, chose the bones and was outraged when he discovered the trick. As a result, mortals from then on got to keep the good meat from their sacrifices and only burned the bones for the gods, an arrangement Zeus reluctantly accepted but never forgave. So fire was, you might say, the second offence. Whatever the reason, Prometheus did not bother asking permission. He climbed to Olympus, possibly to Hephaestus's forge, possibly to the chariot of Helios depending on the version, took a single ember of the divine fire and hid it inside a hollow stalk of fennel, which has a soft pith that smoulders slowly without burning out. He carried this stolen ember down to the world and gave it to humanity, who learned with surprising speed what to do with it. Within a single generation, mortals had fires in their hearths, tools at their belts, and the beginnings of cooking, smithing, pottery, and every other craft that would distinguish civilization from a long camping trip. Zeus noticed. Of course Zeus noticed. The Lord of the Sky could see every fire that burned on earth, and suddenly there were far too many of them, and far too many of them belonged to creatures who were supposed to be sitting in the dark. He looked down, saw the warm orange glow scattered across the lands of mortals, and made the connection immediately. Then he turned his attention to Prometheus. The punishment was creative even by Zeus's standards. Prometheus was seized, dragged to the far edge of the world, and chained to a peak in the Caucasus Mountains with bonds of unbreakable metal, forged by Hephaestus himself. Each day, an enormous eagle was sent down to tear out his liver. Each night, because Prometheus was immortal, the liver grew back. Each morning, the eagle returned. This routine continued day after day, year after year, for an unimaginably long stretch of time, during which Prometheus had nothing to do but hang there and think about his choices. He never apologized. He never asked for mercy. He bore the pain with a kind of patience that suggested he had calculated the cost beforehand and decided humanity was worth it. The Greeks loved him for that. He became, in their imagination, the noblest of all the Titans, and a friend to mortals who never wavered. But Zeus was not finished. Punishing Prometheus addressed only half the problem. The other half was the mortals themselves, who now had fire, the beginnings of craft, and the audacity to keep using both. Zeus decided that humanity needed a counterweight. something that would slow them down, something that would remind them, gently, that the gods were not to be defied. And so he called upon Hephaestus, the divine smith, to build something new. Hephaestus set to work in his forge beneath Olympus, and what he produced was a marvel. A woman, the first of her kind, shaped from clay and water like the male mortals before her, but enhanced by every god in turn. Athena dressed her in fine woven clothing and taught her weaving and embroidery, the household arts. Aphrodite gave her irresistible grace and charm. The Graces and the Hours hung gold chains around her neck and crowned her with spring flowers. Hermes filled her mind with a curious blend of cunning and persuasive speech, along with a particular touch of boldness. The gods gathered around their finished creation and gave her a name, Pandora, which meant all gifts, because every god had contributed something. Pandora was beautiful, intelligent, eloquent, and entirely sincere. She was not designed to be evil, she was designed to be irresistible. Zeus then sent her down to the world as a gift, accompanied by a sealed jar, which later storytellers would convert into a sealed box for reasons of translation and dramatic flair. The jar contained, although she did not know it, every evil and trouble that the gods had decided to set aside until the right moment. Zeus instructed her never to open it, which was, of course, the entire point. He gave her to Epimetheus as a bride. Prometheus had warned his brother before being chained to his mountain never to accept any gift from Zeus. Epimetheus, true to his name, ignored the warning until it was too late. He took one look at Pandora, fell in love on the spot and brought her home as his wife. They lived together in peace for some time, by all accounts happily, until the moment Pandora's curiosity got the better of her. She approached the sealed jar. She lifted the lid just to peek inside. Out came everything: sickness, old age, hard labour, jealousy, grief, hatred, war, hunger, lies, treachery. Every dark thing that had not previously existed in the world swarmed up out of the jar and scattered into the air, spreading across the world before Pandora could slam the lid back down. By the time she did, only one thing remained inside: Elpis, the spirit of hope, who had not been quick enough to escape. Whether this was a mercy or a final cruelty depends on how you read the story. Some say hope was preserved for humanity, to comfort them through the troubles that had just been released. Others say hope was kept from them, locked away with the other evils, leaving mortals to face misfortune without it. The Greeks were never quite sure which interpretation they preferred, and they argued about it for centuries, which is exactly the kind of argument the Greeks enjoyed most. Either way, the damage was done. The age of perfect ease, if it had ever truly existed, was over. From that day forward, mortals would grow sick, grow old, and die. They would quarrel with each other, work hard for their bread, and face every variety of suffering that had once been kept safely contained. Humanity had received fire and the arts, yes, but it had also received the full and complete experience of being human, with all the trouble that entailed. The bargain, on balance, was not quite even. Generations passed. Humanity multiplied, spread, and built things. Cities rose along rivers. Roads were beaten flat by countless feet. Boats began to skim the seas, and as humanity grew in number and skill, it also grew in habits the gods found increasingly distasteful. Sacrifices were skimped, oaths were broken, travellers were robbed instead of welcomed. The sacred laws of hospitality, which the Greeks considered nearly the most important rules in the world, were ignored or openly mocked. By the time of the so-called Bronze Age, the third generation of mortals according to Hesiod, humanity had become quarrelsome, violent and proud beyond reason. They forged weapons of bronze, fought endless wars, and worshipped the gods only when it suited them. Zeus watched. Zeus considered. And Zeus, after a great deal of thinking, decided that the experiment had failed. The Bronze Age mortals were beyond redemption. They needed to be wiped clean from the earth and replaced with something better, or at least something quieter. He summoned a council of the gods on Olympus and announced his decision. The world would be flooded. The rains would fall without stopping. The rivers would burst their banks. The sea would rise to swallow the land, and every mortal who breathed would be washed away. A few of the gods objected, but only quietly. Most agreed that the situation had gotten out of hand. Prometheus, still chained to his mountain in those days, found a way to send word to one mortal in particular. a man named Deucalion, son of Prometheus himself by a mortal woman, who lived in Thessaly with his wife Pyrrha. Pyrrha was the daughter of Epimetheus and Pandora, which meant Deucalion and Pyrrha were technically cousins, but in mythology nearly everyone was technically cousins, and the family was deliberately small in those days. Prometheus warned Deucalion of what was coming, and instructed him to build a wooden chest, large enough to hold himself and his wife, and to provision it with food and water for many days. Deucalion, who had inherited at least some of his father's foresight, did exactly as he was told. Then the rains came. They came in sheets, in walls, in continuous sheets of falling water that did not stop for 9 days and 9 nights. The Aegean rose, the Mediterranean rose, every stream became a river, every river became a torrent, every valley filled to the brim, mountains shrank into islands and then vanished altogether, animals drowned by the millions, cities collapsed into mud. The mortals who had been so proud, so violent, so disrespectful of the gods were swept away without ceremony, all their bronze weapons rusting in the depths. Only the wooden chest drifting on the rising water held 2 living humans. Deucalion and Pyrrha clung to each other inside, listening to the rain, waiting for it to end. After many days, the rain finally slowed. The waters began to recede. The chest came to rest on the peak of Mount Parnassus, which had just barely remained above the surface. Deucalion and Pyrrha climbed out into a world that was unrecognizable. The valleys below were thick with mud. The forests were splintered wrecks. The familiar landmarks of their old life were gone. They were, as far as they could tell, the only 2 human beings left alive. They sat on the slope of Parnassus and wept. After their tears had run dry, they sought the advice of an oracle. The oracle, when they reached its shrine, gave them a strange instruction. They were to cover their faces, ungird their robes, and cast behind them the bones of their mother. Pyrrha, understandably, was horrified. She refused to disturb the bones of her actual mother Pandora. But Deucalion, thinking it through, realized the oracle was speaking in riddles. Their mother, in the broadest sense, was the earth itself, Gaia, and the bones of the earth were the stones scattered across the slopes around them. So the 2 of them gathered stones into their robes, covered their faces, and began walking forward, throwing the stones backward over their shoulders as they went. What happened next was, even by the standards of mythology, strange. The stones Deucalion threw became men. The stones Pyrrha threw became women. They softened, grew limbs, took on the warm colouring of skin, and walked away from the slope of Parnassus as fully formed adults. Within a short time the world was repopulated, this time with a humanity that the Greeks called the stone-born, hardier and more enduring than the bronze generation that had drowned. From these stone-born mortals descended the heroes whose stories would dominate every age to come. Deucalion and Pyrrha themselves had children in the ordinary way as well, the eldest of whom was named Helen, the ancestor of all the Greek peoples, who took their collective name, the Hellens, from him. And so humanity began again, with the gods watching closely and perhaps a little more carefully. With mortals back on the earth and the great house of Olympus fully in operation, attention turns now to the gods themselves. Not the primordials, who were forces of nature more than personalities. Not the Titans, most of whom were in chains or stationed at the edges of the world. The new order. The 12 who would actually run things, attend the council on Olympus, receive offerings from mortals, and meddle in human affairs with the enthusiasm of a homeowners association that has discovered it can fly. The 12 Olympians. At the head of the table sat Zeus, lord of the sky, king of the gods, and possessor of what historians of myth have politely described as a complicated personal life. He was the youngest of his generation, but the most powerful, having earned his throne through the wars already described. As the god of thunder, of the storm, of the bright air above the clouds, his symbols were the eagle, the oak tree, and the thunderbolt he carried in his right hand. His domain was order, justice, and the protection of oaths, kings, travellers, and guests. The Greeks called on him in every weighty matter, from making peace treaties to swearing the truth in court. He was both the most respected and the most quietly feared of all the gods, partly because of his power and partly because of his moods, which could shift from generous warmth to thundering rage with very little warning. Zeus was also, to put it kindly, a deeply enthusiastic husband, and an even more enthusiastic non-husband. He had married his sister Hera, queen of the gods, and they had children together. But Zeus also had an extensive number of relationships with other goddesses, nymphs, and mortal women, producing a great many famous offspring whose names will fill the chapters to come. He pursued these affairs through every imaginable disguise. He approached one princess as a white bull, another as a swan, another as a shower of golden light pouring through the roof. He even occasionally appeared to mortal women in the form of their own husbands, an act of deception so brazen that you almost have to admire the dedication, although you definitely should not. The Greeks did not exactly approve of this behaviour. They simply accepted it as a feature of their king of the gods and got on with their lives. Stories about Zeus's love affairs were among the most popular in the ancient world, in part because they almost always ended in disaster for someone. Hera, queen of Olympus, had every reason to be furious with him constantly, and she generally was. She was the goddess of marriage, of family, of childbirth, and of the dignity of the royal household, which made her husband's behaviour a permanent professional embarrassment. Her temper was famous. Her grudges lasted centuries. Her revenge was creative. She rarely punished Zeus directly because that would have been a losing fight, but she punished his mistresses and their children with extraordinary determination. One of his lovers was transformed into a cow and chased across the world by a stinging fly that Hera arranged for the purpose. Another was turned into a bear. The most famous of Zeus's children by mortal women, the great hero Hercules, would spend his entire life under Hera's curse, even though he had done nothing personally to deserve it. The poor man got his name from her, ironically, since Hercules means glory of Hera, possibly an attempt at appeasement that absolutely did not work. Despite all this, Hera was not simply a vengeful wife. She was a powerful goddess in her own right, deeply respected by mortal women who prayed to her for safe marriages and successful childbirths. She was beautiful, regal, and tall, with the bearing of someone born to rule. She was also fiercely intelligent, capable of plotting against rivals and enemies with patience that stretched across generations. Her sacred animals were the peacock, whose eye-spotted tail she had given as a memorial to her loyal, hundred-eyed servant Argus, and the cow, oddly enough given her treatment of her husband's transformed mistress. Her sacred city was Argos, in the Peloponnese, where her temple stood for many centuries. Poseidon, the second of the three ruling brothers, took the sea. His personality fittingly matched his domain. He was moody, prone to sudden tempers, capable of long, calm stretches followed by destructive storms with very little provocation. He carried the trident given to him by the Cyclopes, and with it he could shake the ground, raise tidal waves, or split open the surface of the sea. His palace lay deep beneath the Aegean, built of coral and pearl, surrounded by schools of fish that responded to his commands. His wife was Amphitrite, a sea nymph he had pursued and won despite her initial refusal, though the marriage was not exactly peaceful since Poseidon, like his older brother, had a strong appetite for other relationships. He fathered a great many sea creatures, including the Cyclopes that mortal sailors would later encounter, and he also fathered the wild horse Pegasus by the unfortunate Gorgon Medusa. He was associated with horses generally, which the Greeks believed he had created as a gift to the earth. Poseidon had once competed with Athena for patronage of a particular city that would later become one of the most famous in the world, but the story of that contest belongs to her. He had also once participated in a brief conspiracy to overthrow Zeus, along with Hera and Apollo, but the plot failed when one of the hundred-handed ones, summoned by the sea nymph Thetis, intimidated the conspirators into backing down. Poseidon's punishment for that involvement was to spend a year as a mortal builder, helping construct the walls of Troy alongside Apollo. The king of Troy, however, refused to pay them their wages, which Poseidon never forgot. His grudge against Troy would last for centuries, and would have enormous consequences when the Great War eventually came. Hades, the third brother, ruled the underworld and rarely visited Olympus at all, which is why he is often counted separately from the 12 Olympians proper. He was sombre, fair, and serious about his work in a way that made his more flamboyant siblings uncomfortable. The dead came to him, and he sorted them, and he ruled over them with patience and quiet authority. He had a queen, Persephone, whose acquisition is a story for a later chapter. His pets included a 3-headed dog and a small army of underworld spirits. He himself was not evil, despite later interpretations that would conflate him with the devil. He was simply the lord of a kingdom no one wanted to live in, and he did his job well. Athena, daughter of Zeus, had one of the strangest origin stories in mythology, which says a great deal given the competition. Zeus, as mentioned earlier, had swallowed the Titaness Metis when she was pregnant in an attempt to prevent the prophesied birth of a son who would overthrow him. The child Metis had been carrying, however, did not die. She grew, in the strangest possible nursery, inside Zeus himself. After a long incubation, Zeus began to suffer from a terrible headache, the kind of headache that suggested something inside his skull wanted out. Hephaestus, who happened to be passing, offered to help in the most direct way possible. He struck Zeus on the head with his great hammer. The skull split open, and out leapt Athena, fully grown, fully armed in gleaming armour, with a battle cry that shook Olympus. This was not exactly a normal birth, but the gods were used to oddities by then. Athena was immediately recognised as one of the most powerful members of the new generation. She was the goddess of wisdom, of strategy in warfare, of skilled crafts, and of justice in counsel. She was not a goddess of war the way Ares was a god of war. Ares loved blood and chaos. Athena preferred careful planning, clever tactics, and victories won by intelligence rather than brute force. The Greeks adored her for this distinction. Her sacred bird was the owl, her sacred tree the olive, and her grey eyes were famous across the mythology. She remained a virgin goddess by choice, and she was known for the calm precision of her advice and the deadly accuracy of her judgments. Her most famous contest came when she and her uncle Poseidon both wished to be patron of a particular city in Attica. The citizens, faced with this choice, decided to let each god offer a gift, and they would choose the better one. Poseidon went first. He struck the rocky hill of the city with his trident, and a salt-water spring burst forth from the stone. It was an impressive display, and the citizens were briefly impressed, until they tasted the water and discovered it was useless for drinking or for irrigating crops. Athena then stepped forward. She planted a single olive seed in the ground. From the seed grew an olive tree, the first of its kind, which would provide the city with oil for cooking, fuel for lamps, wood for building, and food for centuries to come. The citizens chose Athena's gift without hesitation, and the city took her name, Athens. Poseidon predictably took the loss poorly, but he eventually accepted it, and over time the city honoured both gods with major temples on its sacred hill. Apollo and Artemis, twin siblings, came from a different mother. Their mother was the Titaness Leto, one of the few of her generation who was on good terms with Zeus and not punished after the war. Zeus had a brief but consequential affair with her, leaving her pregnant with twins. Hera, of course, was furious, and she did everything in her considerable power to prevent the birth. She forbade any land that touched the earth from sheltering Leto for the delivery. Poor Leto wandered the world in increasing distress, turned away from every coast and every hilltop, until at last she came to a small island that, according to one version, floated freely on the sea and was therefore not technically attached to the earth. The island was Delos, and there, at last, Leto was able to give birth. Artemis came first, and in some accounts immediately helped her mother deliver her brother Apollo, which made Artemis the patron of childbirth, despite being a virgin goddess herself. Apollo grew quickly and became one of the most important figures in the new order. He was a god of music, of poetry, of healing, of prophecy, of archery, and eventually of the sun itself, although that last role originally belonged to the older titan Helios. Apollo carried a silver bow and a lyre, and his sacred animals included the dolphin, the swan, and the laurel tree. His most famous early deed was the slaying of an enormous serpent called Python, who had haunted the slopes of Mount Parnassus and tormented his mother during her wandering exile. Apollo tracked the serpent to a cave near Delphi, killed it with arrow after arrow, and claimed the site as his own. From then on, Delphi became the most sacred oracle in all of Greece, where his priestess, the Pythia, delivered prophecies to those who could afford the journey. Apollo was beautiful, brilliant, and frequently arrogant. His love affairs ended badly more often than not, and his temper, when roused, was nearly as feared as his father's. Artemis, his sister, took a very different path. She asked Zeus for a permanent vow of virginity, a silver bow of her own, a band of nymph companions, and the wild forests of the world to roam. Zeus granted all of it. She became the goddess of the hunt, of wild animals, of untamed places, and of the moon. She was fiercely protective of her independence and of the modesty of her followers. The famous story of Actaeon, a mortal hunter who stumbled upon her bathing in a forest pool, ended with him being transformed into a stag and torn apart by his own hunting dogs, who failed to recognize him in his new shape. The lesson, the Greeks said, was that some things were not meant for mortal eyes. Artemis was kinder to her devotees than her brother was to most people, but she was not to be crossed. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, beauty and desire, had been born, you may recall, from the sea foam at the very beginning of this story, when Uranus was overthrown. This made her older than the other Olympians and gave her a strange independent quality. She was beautiful beyond description, and entirely aware of it. She wore an embroidered girdle that, when she chose, could make anyone fall in love with her on sight, which she used both as a tool and occasionally as a joke. Zeus, possibly because he did not want her loose among the other gods causing trouble, married her off to Hephaestus, the divine smith, who was the kindest and most patient of the male Olympians, but also the least conventionally attractive. Hephaestus had come to his position the hard way. He was the son of Hera, and in some versions he was Zeus's son as well, while in others Hera produced him on her own, as a kind of retaliation for Zeus's solo creation of Athena. Either way, Hephaestus was born with a lame leg, which Hera found unacceptable in her divine household. In one version of the story, she threw him off the slope of Olympus in disgust. He fell for a full day before crashing into the sea, where he was rescued by the sea nymphs Thetis and Eurynome, who hid him in a coral cave and raised him. There he learned the art of smithing from the sea creatures themselves, and he became the greatest craftsman in the cosmos. Eventually, after taking a clever revenge on Hera by sending her a beautiful golden throne that turned out to be a trap, he was welcomed back to Olympus on his own terms. The marriage of Hephaestus and Aphrodite was predictably not a happy one. Aphrodite was bored by her steady, hard-working husband and drawn to more dramatic personalities. She began a long affair with Ares, the god of war, and the two of them assumed that no one would notice. Helios, however, the sun god who saw everything, noticed. He told Hephaestus, who responded the way only the world's greatest craftsman could. He went to his forge and built a net of bronze so fine that it was nearly invisible, with mesh so delicate that no being, mortal or divine, could detect or break it. He hung this net above the bed in his bedroom and pretended to leave town for a few days. Ares and Aphrodite, taking advantage of his absence, met in his bedroom. The net dropped down and caught them both, holding them perfectly still and entirely exposed. Hephaestus then called every god on Olympus to come witness the scene. The gods came, looked, and burst out laughing. Aphrodite and Ares had to endure the embarrassment in front of the entire divine court before Hephaestus finally released them. It remained, for ages afterward, the most famous practical joke ever played among the gods. Ares, the god of war, was a thoroughly unpleasant deity by Greek standards. He embodied the chaos, bloodshed, and senseless violence of battle, as opposed to the strategic intelligence that Athena represented. The Greeks themselves did not much like him. He had few temples and few admirers. Even Zeus, his own father, was reported to dislike him intensely, saying once that of all the gods on Olympus, Ares was the one he found most hateful, because of his constant love of strife and bloodshed. Ares had a great many children, including the famous Amazons in some traditions, but he himself spent most of his time stirring up fights and occasionally getting wounded in them. Mortal heroes sometimes managed to injure him, which was always a great embarrassment. Hermes, the messenger god, was Zeus's son by the nymph Maia, and from the very first day of his life he was trouble. He was born in a cave on Mount Cyllene, and within hours of his birth he had crawled out of his cradle, found a tortoise, killed it, hollowed out the shell and invented the lyre by stringing the shell with sheep gut. Then, before his first day was even over, he stole a herd of cattle belonging to his half-brother Apollo, drove them backward so their tracks would be confusing, hid them in a cave and returned to his cradle to pretend innocence. Apollo eventually tracked him down. There was an angry confrontation. The matter was brought before Zeus, who, instead of being furious with his newborn son, was delighted by his cleverness and laughed at the entire affair. Apollo, soothed by the gift of the newly invented lyre, forgave Hermes and accepted him as a brother. Hermes became the god of travellers, of merchants, of thieves, of messengers, of boundaries, and of the dead, since he was the one who guided departed souls down to the underworld. He wore winged sandals that allowed him to fly, a winged cap, and carried a staff entwined with two serpents called the caduceus. He was the cleverest of the gods, the swiftest, and the most charming. He was the diplomatic agent of Olympus, sent to deliver messages, settle disputes, and occasionally to steal things on Zeus's behalf, when stealing seemed like the most efficient option. Mortals loved him, possibly because he was the most approachable of the gods, and possibly because he was always willing to help with a clever plan. Demeter, sister of Zeus, was the goddess of grain, of agriculture, of the harvest, and of the patient labour that fed civilization. She was, in many ways, the kindest of the Olympians, devoted to mortals and to the rhythms of the farming year. Her great gift to humanity was the cultivation of grain, taught to a chosen prince at Eleusis who became the first to plough and sow. Demeter's worship was one of the most widespread in the ancient Greek world. She also had a daughter, Persephone, whose disappearance into the underworld changed the world forever. But again, that story will be told in its proper place. Dionysus, last of the canonical 12 in most lists, was the god of wine, of theatre, of religious ecstasy, and of the wild forces of nature that drove ordinary people out of their ordinary minds. He was a latecomer to Olympus, and his arrival was unusual. His mother was Semele, a mortal princess of Thebes. Zeus had loved her secretly, and she had become pregnant. Hera, learning of this, came to Semele in disguise, and convinced her to demand that her divine lover reveal his true form to her. Semele, persuaded, asked Zeus to show her his true godly nature. Zeus, who had sworn an unbreakable oath to grant any wish she asked, was forced to do so, even though he knew it would destroy her. The full divine form of Zeus, lightning and storm and white fire, was too much for any mortal to look upon, and Semele was burned to ash by the sight. Zeus, however, snatched the unborn child from her body and sewed him into his own thigh to finish the pregnancy. When the time came, Dionysus was born from his father's leg, which made him the only god to be born twice. The Greeks called him the twice-born for this reason. Dionysus grew up wandering the wild lands, raised by nymphs and satyrs, travelling as far as India in some versions, gathering followers among ordinary mortals who joined his joyful and slightly alarming rites. He invented wine, taught it to humanity, and brought a kind of divine madness to those who worshipped him properly. He was usually depicted as youthful, beautiful, and crowned with grapevines, although those who crossed him discovered that his gentle exterior hid a temper as dangerous as any other god's. Stories of mortals who refused to honour him tended to end with those mortals being torn apart, often by their own relatives, in fits of rapturous frenzy. The Greeks, who lived with a sense of the wild powers underlying everyday life, took Dionysus very seriously. Hestia, eldest of the swallowed siblings, was the goddess of the hearth, of the home, and of the sacred flame that burned at the centre of every household and every city. She rarely appears in stories, because she had no scandals, no quarrels, and no dramatic adventures. She had vowed to remain a virgin goddess, and in some traditions she eventually yielded her seat on the Council of 12 to Dionysus when he was elevated. But her presence was constant in the lives of mortals. Every Greek household kept a hearth fire that was sacred to her, and every Greek city kept a public hearth that represented the life of the community. Her quiet, steady, indispensable nature was honoured in every meal and every gathering, even when no story was being told about her at all. These were the rulers of the New Order, a complicated family, riddled with feuds and affairs and grudges that stretched back generations. They lived together on Olympus, dined together, quarrelled together, and conducted the affairs of the cosmos as a council under Zeus's leadership. Beneath their gaze, the world of mortals stretched out, full of stone-born humans rebuilding civilization. And as those mortals grew in number and accomplishment, the gods began, slowly but surely, to take a personal interest in their lives. Sometimes that interest was a blessing, sometimes it was a curse, often it was both at once, and the stories that followed, from the great loves and tragedies of mortals to the rise of the first heroes, would all flow from these personalities, these grudges, and these very mixed feelings the gods held about the small, fragile creatures walking the earth below. If you wanted to live a long and untroubled life in ancient Greece, the most important rule was simple: do not catch the attention of the gods, honour them at their festivals, leave the proper offerings at their altars, mention them respectfully in conversation, and otherwise stay quietly out of their line of sight. The mortals who followed this rule generally lived to a comfortable old age and faded from history without leaving stories behind. The mortals who did not follow this rule became, almost without exception, examples in cautionary tales told to children at bedtime. The trouble was that the gods were very easy to offend. They could be insulted by a careless word, by a missed sacrifice, by a moment of pride at the wrong time, or even by something as innocent as being unusually beautiful in the wrong location. Mortals who were exceptionally skilled at something often found themselves on dangerous ground, because exceptional skill in any area belonged, in the divine view, to the god of that area. A weaver who was too good at weaving was infringing on Athena. A hunter who was too good at hunting was treading on Artemis. A singer too good at singing risked the wrath of Apollo. The gods were proud, and they did not share their specialties willingly. Take the story of a young woman named Arachne, who lived in the region of Lydia. She was a weaver, and she was, by every account, the finest weaver in the known world. People travelled from distant cities just to watch her work, marvelling at the precision of her hands and the beauty of the tapestries that emerged from her loom. The wood nymphs reportedly left their forest to come stand at her shoulder and watch the patterns take shape. So far, so flattering. Where Arachne went wrong was in accepting the praise too eagerly. Visitors began telling her that her skill must surely be a gift from Athena herself, since the goddess was the patron of weaving. Arachne, instead of accepting the compliment gracefully, scoffed. Her skill, she declared, was entirely her own. She had no need of any goddess. In fact, she would happily challenge Athena to a contest, and she was confident she would win. Word travels fast on Olympus. Athena, hearing the boast, decided to give Arachne one chance to apologize. She disguised herself as an old woman and approached the weaver, suggesting gently that perhaps the young woman should reconsider her words and ask the goddess for forgiveness. Arachne, who clearly had no instinct for self-preservation, mocked the old woman and repeated her challenge. At which point Athena dropped the disguise and stood revealed in her full divine form, armed and unsmiling. The contest was on. The two of them set up looms side by side. Athena wove a tapestry depicting the gods in their glory, with Olympus at the top and the various Olympians enthroned around it. She added small scenes at the corners showing mortals who had foolishly challenged the gods and been punished for it, in case Arachne was missing the hint. Then she stepped back to await the response. Arachne, who genuinely was magnificent at her craft, wove a tapestry of her own. Hers depicted the various love affairs of Zeus and the other gods, in great detail, treating the gods as ridiculous, deceitful, and self-serving. Not the most diplomatic subject matter, all things considered. The infuriating thing, from Athena's perspective, was that Arachne's tapestry was technically flawless, every thread perfectly placed, every figure beautifully rendered. The colours were richer than anything the goddess had ever seen, and the composition was bold and original. By every objective measure, Arachne had matched her, possibly surpassed her. Athena could not deny the quality of the work, but she also could not let the insult to the gods stand. She did what wounded pride often does. She destroyed the tapestry, struck Arachne 3 times across the forehead with her shuttle, and watched as the young woman, finally understanding the position she had put herself in, ran to hang herself in despair. Athena did not let her die. Instead, she touched her with a drop of a magical herb and transformed her. Arachne's body shrank. Her arms multiplied. Her fingers became long, delicate legs. Her head shrank and her belly grew swollen with the thread that had been her livelihood. She became, the first of her kind, a spider. From that day forward she would weave forever, spinning her endless intricate webs in dark corners, brilliant at her craft and unable to stop, no longer challenging anyone for the title of best weaver in the world. The Greeks, looking at the careful geometry of a spider's web, would think of her, and mortal weavers, looking at their own work, would remember to whisper a small prayer of thanks to Athena before they touched the loom. The lesson of Arachne, however, did not always reach the people who needed it most. Take Niobe, Queen of Thebes, who managed to make Arachne's offence look subtle by comparison. Niobe was a daughter of the unfortunate Tantalus, of whom we will hear more shortly, and she had married into the royal house of Thebes. By the standards of her time she had everything: a loving husband, the king Amphion, who was himself the son of Zeus by a mortal woman, a wealthy and powerful kingdom, and most importantly to Niobe, 14 beautiful children, 7 sons and 7 daughters, all grown, all healthy, all admired throughout the city. Niobe was, in her own opinion, the most blessed mortal woman alive. This sense of blessing curdled over time into something less attractive. Niobe began to compare herself out loud to the goddess Leto, mother of Apollo and Artemis, who had given birth to only 2 children. Why, Niobe asked, should the people of Thebes honour Leto and her twins when she herself, queen of their city, had produced 7 times that many offspring? It was a fair question if you imagined yourself in a vacuum and forgot the existence of immortal beings with powerful tempers. Leto, hearing about these comments, was deeply hurt. She had endured a great deal during her wandering exile, as already described, and to be mocked by a mortal woman who had no idea what hardship was in front of an entire city was more than she could bear. She went to her children. Apollo and Artemis listened to their mother's complaint. They looked at each other. They picked up their bows. The story that follows is one of the saddest in all the mythology, and it is told here with deliberate restraint, because the original poets did not flinch from the details, but a modern teller may. The twin gods of the silver bow appeared above Thebes. Apollo shot arrow after arrow, and one by one every son of Niobe fell. Artemis turned her own arrows toward the daughters, and one by one every one of them was lost. Within a single afternoon, Niobe's 14 children were no more. The queen who had counted her blessings so loudly was left with nothing to count. King Amphion, mad with grief, took his own life. Niobe herself, unable to bear what had happened, sat on a hillside and wept. She wept for 9 days and 9 nights without stopping. She forgot to eat. She forgot to sleep. She forgot to do anything except weep. At last the gods, in pity that came too late, transformed her into a stone outcropping on Mount Sipylus in Lydia. The stone, the Greeks said, continued to weep. A spring of water ran from it that never dried up, even in the hottest summer, fed by the eternal sorrow of a mother who could not stop mourning her children. Travellers who passed that way said the rock had the rough shape of a woman seated, with her head bowed, and water running down her face like tears. The story was a warning that the Greeks took very seriously. Pride in your blessings was acceptable. Pride that called out the gods by name was not. There were also stories where the mortal involved had committed no real crime at all, and was destroyed simply by being in the wrong place. The young hunter Actaeon, mentioned earlier, was one of these. He stumbled by accident into the clearing where Artemis was bathing, and the goddess, who had vowed never to be seen by mortal eyes, transformed him into a stag where he stood. His own 50 hunting dogs, who could not recognize him in his new shape, brought him down in the forest while his friends called out to him and praised the dogs for taking such a fine kill. It was not a story the Greeks told for fun. It was a story they told to remind themselves that the boundaries between the sacred and the ordinary were real, and that crossing them, even by accident, could cost everything. Then there were the stories of pride punished more gently, where the mortal in question was given a chance to learn rather than be destroyed. King Midas of Phrygia is the most famous example. Midas was a king who had at one point performed a small kindness for the god Dionysus, returning the wandering old satyr Silenus, Dionysus's tutor and friend, to him after the satyr had gotten lost and stumbled into the king's rose garden. Dionysus, grateful, offered Midas a wish. Anything he asked for, he would receive. Midas thought about this for approximately 2 seconds before answering. He asked that everything he touched be turned to gold. Dionysus, who had presumably been hoping for a more thoughtful request, sighed in the manner of a divine being who has just realized this mortal does not see the trap, and granted the wish. Midas tested it on a flower in his garden. The flower turned to gold. He touched a stone. It turned to gold. He touched the wall of his palace. Gold. He laughed with pure delight, called his servants, and ordered a great feast to celebrate his new fortune. The servants set out bread, fruit, wine, and roasted meats. Midas reached for a piece of bread. It turned to gold the moment his fingers brushed it, and he could not eat. He reached for a goblet of wine. The goblet turned to gold. The wine inside turned to a hard golden lump. He could not drink. His own daughter, hearing him cry out in dismay, came running to comfort him, and the moment she touched his shoulder, she became a beautiful golden statue. Midas, finally understanding what he had done, fell to his knees and begged Dionysus to take the gift back. Dionysus, perhaps more amused than angry, told the king to wash himself in the headwaters of a particular river called the Pactolus. Midas ran to the river, plunged into the cold water, and felt the curse wash off him. His daughter, when he ran home and embraced her, was warm and alive again. The river, however, had absorbed the golden touch, which is why, the Greeks said, the sands of the Pactolus glittered with grains of gold for centuries afterward. Midas, chastened and grateful, lived the rest of his life in modest wisdom, and he was not foolish enough to ask any further favours from divine beings. He had earned a second chance, which was more than most mortals in his position were ever given. A similar contrast can be found in the stories of those who fell in love. Aphrodite, you may remember, was not always cruel, despite her dramatic personal life. When honoured properly, she could be extraordinarily generous. A sculptor of Cyprus named Pygmalion provided one of the gentlest stories in the mythology. He was a craftsman of unusual skill, but a man who had grown disillusioned with the women he met in ordinary life, finding them, for one reason or another, disappointing. He poured his loneliness into his craft and, over the course of many months, sculpted a statue of a woman in ivory. The statue, by the time he was finished, was so lifelike that he half expected her to breathe. He named her Galatea. He dressed her in fine robes, brought her flowers, talked to her in the evenings, and gradually fell completely in love with her. This is exactly the kind of situation the gods could have made cruel. A vain craftsman in love with his own work, ignoring real people, could have been turned into a stone or some lesser version of his own statue, depending on which god noticed him first. But Pygmalion did the wise thing. At the next festival of Aphrodite he went to her temple, made his offerings, and prayed not directly for the statue to live, which would have been presumptuous, but for the gods to bring him a wife as beautiful and gentle as his ivory woman. Aphrodite, listening, was touched by his sincerity. When Pygmalion returned home, lit a lamp, and went to kiss the statue good evening, as he had done many times before, the ivory beneath his lips was warm. Galatea opened her eyes. Her cheeks blushed with colour. A hand reached out to touch his face. She had become a real woman, alive, present, and, by Aphrodite's gift, in love with the man who had shaped her. The two of them married, lived long together, and had children. The story, unusually for the mythology, ended in happiness for everyone involved. A similar mixed lesson runs through the tale of Psyche, a mortal princess so beautiful that people stopped visiting the temples of Aphrodite and began praying at the shrines of Psyche instead. Aphrodite, predictably, was offended. She sent her son Eros, the god of desire, to make Psyche fall in love with the most miserable wretch he could find. Eros, however, arrived to carry out his mother's vengeance, saw Psyche, and accidentally pricked himself with his own arrow. He fell in love with her himself. What followed was a long and tangled story. Eros took Psyche away to a secret palace, where he visited her only in darkness, never letting her see his face. He warned her never to look at him, never to ask his name, and never to listen to her envious sisters, who would surely try to convince her that her hidden husband was a monster. Psyche, of course, did exactly all three of those things. Late one night, she lit a lamp and bent over the sleeping form of her husband. Instead of a monster, she found the most beautiful young god she'd ever seen. She gasped in astonishment, and a drop of hot oil from the lamp fell onto his shoulder and woke him. Eros, betrayed and grieved, flew away. Psyche then had to win him back. Aphrodite, finding her at last, gave her a series of impossible tasks. Separate an enormous mound of mixed grains into proper piles in a single night. Gather a fleece of golden wool from a flock of dangerous solar rams. Fill a flask with water from the source of a deadly underground river. Travel to the Underworld itself, and return with a box of divine beauty from Persephone. Psyche, helped by ants, by reeds, by an eagle, and by various other unexpected allies, completed each task. On her final journey she nearly failed at the last moment by opening the box out of curiosity and falling into an enchanted sleep, but Eros, who had been recovering from his wounds, woke her with a kiss and carried her up to Olympus, where Zeus granted her immortality and accepted her as the bride of love itself. Aphrodite, in time, reconciled with her daughter-in-law, who turned out to be more useful to the family than a rival. The story said something deep about the trials of love, about the wisdom that suffering can bring, and about the patience required to win back what curiosity had cost. But mortals who became too proud of their beauty, instead of using it gently, often suffered fates as harsh as the proud weavers and the proud queens. The story of Narcissus is the famous example. He was a young man so beautiful that nymphs and mortals alike fell in love with him on sight, and he, for his part, found them all beneath his notice. He rejected every admirer with a kind of careless cruelty that was, in the long run, going to come back to him. One of these rejected lovers was a mountain nymph named Echo, who had been cursed by Hera in a separate incident for distracting her with chatter while Zeus was off pursuing other nymphs. Hera had punished Echo by stripping her of her own voice and leaving her able to repeat only the last words spoken to her. Echo loved Narcissus from a distance, unable to confess her feelings, and could only repeat his words back to him. When she finally gathered her courage to approach him and embrace him, he pulled away in disgust and told her to leave him alone. Heartbroken, Echo wasted away in a cave until nothing of her remained except her voice, which still answers to this day in the empty hills. The goddess Nemesis, the spirit of righteous retribution, took offence at the way Narcissus had treated his admirers and arranged a fitting punishment. She led him, on a hot afternoon, to a clear pool of water in a quiet forest glade. Narcissus, thirsty, knelt down to drink. As he leaned over the surface, he caught sight of his own reflection. He had never seen himself clearly before, having no mirror, and the face that looked back from the water was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He fell instantly in love. He reached down to touch the face. The water rippled and the face vanished. He pulled back and waited. The face returned. He reached again. The water rippled again. The face vanished again. After several hours, Narcissus began to understand that the face in the water was his own, and that the love he felt could never be returned by anything except a mirror image. But by then he could not look away. He stayed at the pool, refusing to eat or drink or leave, gazing at himself, until at last he died there of grief at his own unreachable beauty. Where his body had lain, the gods grew a small flower with a bowed white head, which we still call the Narcissus, in memory of a young man who learned the cost of vanity too late. Such stories are not a complete sample, of course. There are dozens more. Many of them follow the same pattern. A mortal does something proud or careless. A god notices. The punishment is creative, lasting, and rich in symbolism. Yet alongside the punishments run stories of generosity, of patience, and of unexpected kindness, when mortals approached the gods with respect, or when they showed real virtue. Both sides of the divine character were true at once. The Greeks did not pretend their gods were simple. The same Apollo who shot down the children of Niobe had, on other occasions, healed the sick, taught music to mortal poets, and given gentle prophecies to those who came to his oracle in good faith. The same Aphrodite who could destroy a kingdom over an insult had also brought a statue to life out of pity for a lonely man. The gods were powerful and personal, and dangerously inconsistent, exactly like the natural world they represented. The lesson, repeated across every story, was simply that you should treat them carefully, and that you should never, under any circumstances, claim to be better than they were. Most of these stories ended one way or another with death, and death, in Greek imagination, was not the end of a person. It was the beginning of a long second life in another place. To understand why the punishments of the gods were truly terrible, you have to understand where mortals went after the punishment ended. You have to follow them down, past the surface of the earth, past the deep roots and the underground rivers, into the great kingdom that the third brother of Zeus had taken as his portion in the original division of realms, the place the Greeks called the House of Hades. The journey began at the moment of death. The soul, parting from the body, was guided down to the entrance of the underworld by Hermes, in his role as the conductor of departed spirits. Hermes was kind in this duty. He did not rush the dead. He did not frighten them. He simply walked beside them, light-footed and steady, and brought them to the bank of the first great river of the underworld. This river was the Acheron, the river of woe, dark and slow and very wide. On the near bank stood a small wooden dock, and at the dock was the ferry of Charon. Charon was an old man, but old in the sense of beings older than time itself. He had a white beard, eyes that glowed with a cold light, and a long pole that he used to push his rickety boat across the dark water. He charged a fare for the passage, one small coin, and a bowl, which the living were supposed to place under the tongue of the deceased at the funeral, so that the soul would have payment for the journey. Souls who arrived without coin were turned away from the boat, and forced to wander the near shore of the river for 100 years before Charon would relent and ferry them across for free. So the Greeks were very careful about funerals, and very careful about the placement of that small coin. because to leave a relative wandering on the shore of the Acheron for a century was to fail them in a deep and lasting way. The far bank of the river was guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed dog who served as the watchdog of the underworld. Cerberus was the size of a small house, with the heads of mastiffs and a tail that was, by some accounts, a living serpent. He was not interested in stopping souls from entering the underworld. His job was to stop them from leaving. The dead who arrived at his post passed him without trouble. The dead who tried to slip back to the world of the living, however, were torn apart and devoured. He took his job seriously and only ever made a few exceptions, all of which involved either music, food bribes, or being physically overpowered by visitors. Those exceptional stories will come later. Past Cerberus, the soul entered the realm proper. The first stop was a place called the Field of Judgment, where 3 judges sat: Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, all 3 of them sons of Zeus by mortal women, all 3 of them famous in their lifetimes for being unusually wise and unusually just. After death, the gods had appointed them as the eternal jury of the underworld. Each soul that arrived was examined. The good deeds and the bad deeds of the mortal life were weighed. Heroes who had served the gods, kings who had ruled fairly, mortals who had honoured their guests and respected their oaths, were sent to one destination. Those who had committed serious crimes, broken sacred oaths, or offended the gods directly, were sent to a different destination. The vast, great average mass of humanity, the ordinary mortals who had done neither great good nor great evil, was sent to a third destination, the largest and most populous of the 3. That third destination was the Fields of Asphodel. It was a vast plain stretching beyond sight, covered in tall pale flowers that gave it its name, a faintly luminous grey under the dim light of the underworld. There the great majority of the dead wandered, drifting through eternity in a kind of soft forgetfulness. They were not punished. They were not rewarded. They simply existed, fading slowly into thinner and thinner versions of themselves over the centuries, retaining only a dim memory of their mortal lives. The Greeks did not find this prospect comforting. To them, the Fields of Asphodel were a kind of permanent dusk, neither happy nor sad, in which the bright edges of life faded into a long quiet drift. It was why they valued life so fiercely and why they considered an early death such a terrible thing. Better than the Fields of Asphodel, far better, was Elysium, sometimes called the Elysian Fields. This was the destination of heroes, of the virtuous, of those who had earned divine favour in their mortal lives. Elysium was a sunlit meadow on the far western edge of the underworld, where the air was sweet, the rivers ran clear, and the dead lived in a state of permanent springtime ease. There were feasts, there was music, there was the company of other great souls. Heroes who had fallen in battle drank with poets who had died in honour. Wise rulers walked beside their old friends and rivals, debating the questions of philosophy without any of the urgency that had marked their earthly lives. The dead in Elysium retained their full memory and their full personality. They were essentially the same people they had been in life, but freed at last from pain, illness, ambition, and worry. It was the closest thing the Greeks could imagine to a true paradise, and they reserved it for the very few who had earned it. Beneath both of these destinations lay Tartarus, that pit so deep that, as previously noted, a falling anvil would take 9 days to reach the bottom. Tartarus was both a prison and a place of punishment. The original Titans were locked there, and so were a select group of mortals whose offences had been so great that no ordinary punishment would do. Hades, in his role as Lord of the Dead, designed the punishments personally, and he had a strong sense of what we might generously call appropriate symbolism. There was Sisyphus, the king of Corinth, who had a reputation in life as the cleverest and most cunning of all mortals. He had repeatedly cheated death itself, tricking Thanatos into being chained in his own halls, and later persuading Persephone to release him from the underworld on a technicality. The gods, by the time they finally caught him for good, were thoroughly tired of his cleverness, so they designed a punishment for him that involved no cleverness whatsoever. He was given an enormous boulder and a long steep hill. His task was to roll the boulder to the top of the hill. He pushed, he strained, he inched the boulder up the slope hour after hour, day after day, until at last he reached the summit. At which point the boulder, by some cunning of its own design, would slip from his hands and roll all the way back down to the bottom. He would then walk down the hill and start again. He has been doing this, the Greeks said, ever since. The work itself is not unbearable. The unbearable part is knowing it will never be finished no matter how many times he completes it. Then there was Tantalus, the father of Niobe, whose family curse you have already met. Tantalus had been a favoured mortal in his early life, even invited to dine at the table of the gods on Olympus. He had repaid this honour by deciding to test the gods' omniscience. He killed his own son Pelops, cooked him, and served the boy as a stew at a feast he hosted for the gods, just to see whether they would notice. They noticed. Most of them refused to touch the meal. Demeter, distracted by the recent loss of her own daughter, absent-mindedly ate a small portion of Pelops' shoulder before realizing what she was eating. The gods restored Pelops to life with an ivory shoulder to replace the missing piece, and they sentenced Tantalus to an eternity in Tartarus. His punishment matched his crime. He was placed up to his chin in a pool of fresh water, with branches of ripe fruit hanging just above his head. Whenever he bent his head to drink, the water receded out of his reach. Whenever he reached up to grasp the fruit, the branches lifted away. He stood there forever, surrounded by everything he wanted, unable to touch any of it, in a permanent state of thirst and hunger. The English language preserves his name in the word tantalize, which means exactly what his punishment looked like. A third great prisoner of Tartarus was Ixion, a king of the Lapith people who had once been honoured by Zeus with an invitation to Olympus after committing an earlier murder. Ixion repaid this generosity by attempting to seduce Hera, which was, by any reasonable measure, an extraordinarily bad decision. Zeus, suspicious, formed a cloud into the shape of his wife to test Ixion. Ixion fell for it and embraced the cloud, fathering a strange child who became the first of the centaurs. Zeus, having confirmed the betrayal, sent Ixion to Tartarus, where he was bound to a great fiery wheel that turned forever, around and around, without rest, without end. Speaking the name of Ixion became, in ancient Greek courts, a way to describe ingratitude so great that no ordinary punishment could match it. There were others, lesser known but equally creative. The Danaids, 50 princesses who had all murdered their husbands on their wedding night, under their father's orders, were sentenced to spend eternity carrying water in jars with holes in the bottom, pouring the water into a great vessel that could never be filled. The giant Tityos, who had attempted to assault the goddess Leto and been struck down by her children, lay pinned to the floor of Tartarus with 2 vultures eternally tearing at his liver, a punishment grimly similar to that of Prometheus, although in this case rather more deserved. Hades himself ruled all of this from a great dark palace at the heart of the underworld. His throne room was lined with black marble. His court included spirits and minor gods of the dead, the keeper of the gates, the river ferryman, the judges, and various servants. He was, despite his fearsome reputation, a fair ruler. He did not torment anyone who did not deserve it. He did not bring mortals down before their time, the way later devil figures in other religions were said to do. He simply received the dead, sorted them, and ruled over them with quiet authority. He had, however, a great gap in his life that troubled him. He had no queen. The story of how he gained one is among the most famous in all the mythology. The young goddess Persephone, daughter of Demeter, was gathering flowers in a meadow one spring afternoon. Hades, who had seen her from a distance and fallen deeply in love, had asked Zeus for her hand in marriage. Zeus, who was Persephone's father and also Hades' brother, gave a vaguely affirmative answer that he probably should have made more explicit, since he did not bother to consult either Persephone or her mother before doing so. Hades, taking this as permission, drove up out of the earth in his chariot of dark horses, seized Persephone, and carried her down into his realm before anyone could stop him. Demeter, when she discovered her daughter was missing, was inconsolable. She searched the entire world for 9 days, carrying torches against the darkness, asking every god and mortal she met if they had seen her daughter. Helios, the all-seeing sun, finally told her what had happened. Demeter was furious. As goddess of the harvest, she had the power to make the earth produce food, and she decided in her grief that the earth would produce nothing at all until her daughter was returned. The crops withered. The fields turned brown. Mortals began to starve. The animals starved with them. The whole cycle of life, which depended on the grain Demeter watched over, ground to a halt. Zeus, watching this from Olympus, realized that he had a serious problem on his hands. If Demeter did not relent, every mortal on earth would die, and there would be no one left to make sacrifices to the gods, which would, in the divine view, be inconvenient. He sent Hermes down to the underworld with instructions to bring Persephone back. Hades, faced with this divine order, was deeply unhappy. He had grown fond of his stolen queen, who had by some accounts also grown fond of him over their time together, although her exact feelings vary depending on which storyteller you trust. He agreed to release her, but only after a small detail had been handled. He offered her a pomegranate before she left and watched her eat 6 of its seeds. The detail was that any being who ate food in the underworld was, by ancient cosmic law, bound to remain there forever. Persephone, distracted or perhaps not entirely unwilling, had eaten the seeds. The damage was done. Zeus, faced with a difficult negotiation, brokered a compromise. Persephone would spend 6 months of every year above ground with her mother, and 6 months of every year below with Hades as his queen. During the months she was with her mother, Demeter was joyful, and the earth flourished. The grain grew, the fruit ripened, the summer came. During the months she was with Hades, Demeter mourned, and the earth went dormant. The leaves fell, the fields froze, the winter came, so Persephone became the goddess of 2 halves of the year, queen of the dead in the cold months and goddess of the spring blooming in the warm ones, and her seasonal journey explained the rhythm of the agricultural year that every Greek farmer lived by. The underworld held other quieter regions worth mentioning. The land of dreams, ruled by the gentle god Morpheus, lay near the entrance to Hades' realm. Morpheus could take on any human shape, and at night he sent dreams up through a great pair of gates, one of horn and one of ivory. True prophetic dreams passed through the gate of horn. False and misleading dreams passed through the gate of ivory. Mortals who slept could not always tell which kind they had received, which was why oracles had so much work and why ancient kings made such poor decisions. There was also the river Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, where most souls were brought before they began their long fade in the fields of asphodel. A drink from Lethe's waters erased the memory of mortal life, freeing the soul from longing for what it had lost. Some souls drank deeply and forgot everything. Some souls drank only a little and retained fragments of their previous lives, which they would carry with them, like half-remembered songs, through the long, quiet centuries. A few rare souls in certain mystery cults were said to be allowed to choose. They could drink and forget, or refuse the cup and remember. The choice was theirs, though most chose to drink, since memory in that quiet realm could be a heavy thing to carry. Among the most beloved underworld stories was that of the musician Orpheus and his wife Eurydice. Orpheus was the greatest singer and lyre player of his generation, son of one of the Muses, capable of making stones weep and rivers stop in their courses with the beauty of his music. He had married Eurydice, a wood nymph, and they had been deeply happy together. But on their wedding day, Eurydice had been bitten by a snake hidden in the long grass, and she had died. Orpheus was devastated. He could not accept the loss. He decided in his grief to do what almost no living mortal had ever managed. He would go down to the underworld and ask for her back. He took his lyre and walked down through the dark entrance, playing as he went. His music was so beautiful that Charon let him cross the Acheron without payment. Cerberus, hearing the song, laid down all 3 heads and fell asleep. The shades of the dead in the fields of asphodel paused in their wandering to listen. Even the punishments of Tartarus stopped temporarily, the wheel of Ixion slowing, the boulder of Sisyphus standing still for the first time in ages. Orpheus walked through it all and came at last to the throne of Hades and Persephone. He played for them. He sang of his love for Eurydice. He sang of his grief. He sang in a way that brought tears, the Greeks said, even to the iron-faced lord of the dead. Hades and Persephone, moved beyond their usual cold judgments, agreed to let Eurydice return. There was, of course, one condition. Orpheus was to walk back up to the world of the living, and Eurydice would follow him. But he was not to look back at her, not even once, until they had both crossed fully into the sunlight. If he looked, she would be lost to him forever. Orpheus accepted the terms gratefully. He began the long climb up out of the underworld, playing his lyre as he went, listening for her footsteps behind him. He could hear them, faintly, at the edge of his hearing. He climbed. He listened. He climbed more. The light of the upper world began to grow ahead of him. He stepped through the entrance and into the sunlight at last, and then, only at the last possible moment, doubt overtook him. He could not be certain she had truly followed. He could not be sure the gods had not played a trick. He turned just for a glance to make sure she was there. She was. She was right behind him, only steps away. He saw her face for a single instant, and then, because he had looked too soon, she slipped backward into the shadows. She raised her hand to him, she called his name, and she was gone. Orpheus could not bear it. He tried to descend a second time, but Charon refused to ferry him again. He returned to the world of the living broken, and he wandered for the rest of his short life singing songs so sad that even the rocks wept. He died eventually, torn apart by frenzied followers of Dionysus, in a story too sorrowful to fully retell here. But when his soul reached the underworld at last, Eurydice was waiting, and the two of them, together at last among the shades, were never parted again. The lesson, as the Greeks told it, was that even the most magnificent music could not quite outpace the rules of the dead. The underworld, for all its strangeness, was a place of order, of justice, of cosmic accounting. The gods kept their bargains, so did Hades, and mortals, when they came to that quiet kingdom, were judged not for who they had been at their best moment or their worst, but for the long balance of the life they had actually lived. For all the cosmic order of the underworld, the mortal world above remained a place where fate, once set in motion, did not stop. The Greeks believed firmly in the idea of inherited consequence. A wrong done in one generation could ripple forward, finding its echoes in the lives of grandchildren and great-grandchildren who had never met the original wrongdoer. No royal house illustrated this principle more thoroughly than the dynasty founded by a young prince named Cadmus in the rocky hills of central Greece, several generations after the first stone-born mortals had repopulated the world. Cadmus was not Greek by birth. He came from the eastern coast, from the wealthy city of Tyre in Phoenicia. His father was King Agenor, a powerful ruler with several sons and one beloved daughter named Europa. The trouble for the family began with Europa, in the way trouble for most families in mythology began. Zeus, looking down from Olympus, saw her playing on the beach one morning and decided he must have her. He took on the form of a magnificent white bull, gentle as a lamb and impossibly beautiful, and ambled along the sand near where she was gathering flowers. Europa, charmed by the creature, came up to pet him. She climbed onto his back. The bull, sensing his moment, charged into the surf and swam off across the sea, with the princess clinging to his horns. By the time King Agenor learned what had happened, his daughter was already on the island of Crete, far across the Mediterranean, where Zeus would reveal himself, and where Europa would in time give birth to 3 sons, including the future judge of the underworld Minos. None of this, however, was known to her family back in Tyre. Agenor knew only that Europa was gone. He called his sons together and gave them an order that, even by ancient standards, was extreme. They were to find their sister, and they were not to come home until they did. If they failed, they were never to return. Cadmus and his brothers set out in different directions. They wandered for years. They searched islands, mainland cities, distant coasts. They never found her. One by one, they gave up the search and settled in the new lands they had reached, founding cities of their own, since returning home was no longer an option. Cadmus himself eventually found his way to the oracle at Delphi and asked where his sister could be found. The oracle, in the riddling way oracles preferred, gave him no answer about Europa at all. Instead, the priestess told him to abandon the search entirely. He was to leave the temple, find a particular cow wandering in the countryside and follow it. Wherever the cow lay down to rest, he was to build a city. Cadmus, by this point exhausted and out of better ideas, agreed. He left Delphi and almost immediately came upon a cow grazing in the open fields. The cow, unaware that she was on a sacred mission, ambled along at her own pace, and Cadmus followed her with his small band of companions. She walked for days. She crossed valleys, climbed low hills, and rested briefly under shade trees before continuing. Cadmus walked behind her, faithful to the oracle's instructions, even though the journey must have begun to feel like the world's slowest sightseeing tour. At last, on a small plain in the region of Boeotia, the cow lay down in the grass and refused to rise. Cadmus, recognizing the sign, made his preparations to found his city on that spot. He sent his companions to a nearby spring to draw water for a sacrifice in honor of the cow and the gods who had led him there. What none of them knew was that the spring was sacred to the war god Ares, and that it was guarded by a serpent of monstrous size that Ares had placed there for that very purpose. The serpent was a creature of bronze and emerald scales, with venom that could melt rock and a temper to match its master. Cadmus's men reached the spring, dipped their jugs into the water and were torn apart in moments. None returned. After a long wait, Cadmus went looking for them. He found the bodies near the spring, and the serpent coiled triumphantly above them, blood on its fangs and a long forked tongue tasting the air. Cadmus, having travelled half the known world, having lost his sister and his home and his family and now most of his companions, found that he had no patience left at all. He hefted a stone, hurled it at the serpent's head, drew his sword, and went at the creature in the kind of cold rage that does not allow for retreat. The fight was long. The serpent was enormous, and its bite would have killed any ordinary man. But Cadmus was driven by something deeper than ordinary courage, and at last he drove his sword into the soft place beneath its jaw and pinned the creature to the ground. A voice spoke from nowhere as the serpent died. It told Cadmus that he, in his turn, would one day become a serpent himself. He filed the warning away as one of those cryptic divine pronouncements that mortals were never meant to understand fully, and he went back to the work of founding his city. Then Athena, watching the affair, descended and gave him a piece of practical advice. He was to pull the dragon's teeth from its jaws and sow them in the soil of the field, the way a farmer sows seeds of barley. Cadmus, after all he had seen, was not in a mood to question divine instructions. He gathered the teeth, walked across the plain, and pressed them into the earth one by one. What came up was not barley. It was an army. From every spot where a tooth had been planted, an armed warrior burst out of the ground, fully grown, fully armed, with helmet and spear and shield. Within minutes Cadmus stood facing a host of several hundred soldiers, all of them glaring at him in the manner of men who have just been born into adulthood and are not in the best of moods. Cadmus, thinking quickly, picked up a stone and threw it into the middle of the new army. The warriors, suspicious of one another by nature and bristling with weapons, immediately turned on each other, each accusing the next of having thrown the stone. Within the hour, they had nearly all killed each other in a brief and intense battle that no one was alive to record. Only 5 warriors remained when the dust settled. These 5, exhausted and apparently sensible enough to recognize the futility of further fighting, agreed to serve Cadmus as the founding nobles of his new city. The Spartoi, as they were called, meaning the sown men, would become the ancestors of the great noble families of Thebes. Cadmus, recognizing both his patrons and his enemies, named his new city Thebes and began building its walls. The gods, however, were watching this affair with mixed feelings. Ares was furious. The dragon had been his, and Cadmus had killed it, and Athena had helped, and the whole situation was deeply unsatisfying. Zeus, however, was inclined to be lenient. Cadmus had built a city. He had proven himself worthy of the territory, and so Zeus arranged a marriage that he hoped would put the matter to rest. Cadmus would marry Harmonia, the daughter of Ares and Aphrodite. The bride was, depending on whose version you trust, either a goddess or a divine being just below that rank. The wedding, in any case, would be the most magnificent in the mortal world to date. Every god on Olympus was invited. The muses sang at the ceremony. The Graces danced. The 3 fates themselves attended. It was a glittering occasion, and at the end of it the gods presented the couple with magnificent wedding gifts. Before the wedding, Cadmus had also spent 8 years in service to Ares to atone for killing the dragon. This was, by ancient standards, a relatively mild penalty for slaying a sacred beast of a major god, and the fact that Ares accepted the arrangement at all was largely due to Zeus's diplomatic pressure. The 8 years passed without much drama. Cadmus worked, paid his debt, and during this time he is also credited by some traditions with introducing the Phoenician alphabet to the Greek mainland, since Cadmus had been raised literate in the eastern lands of his birth. Whether this was true, or whether the Greeks simply borrowed letters and gave the credit to a famous founder, the result was the same. Cadmus was remembered as a culture bringer as well as a city builder, which made his eventual misfortunes feel even more disproportionate to what he had earned. Hephaestus, however, was not in a forgiving mood. He had created beautiful things for the wedding, including a robe and a necklace for the bride that were so finely made they seemed to glow in the daylight. But he had not made these gifts out of love. He had made them out of bitter calculation. As the husband of Aphrodite, he held a long grudge against Ares, his wife's lover and the bride's father, that had not faded in the years since the embarrassing incident with the invisible net. He had decided to channel that grudge into the workmanship of these gifts. The necklace of Harmonia was a chain of golden snakes intertwined, set with stones that caught every light, and it was, by appearance alone, the most beautiful piece of jewellery ever crafted. It was also cursed. Hephaestus had woven into its very metal a doom that would attach itself to whoever wore it, and to any woman in the bride's bloodline who wore it after her for as long as the necklace existed. Cadmus and Harmonia did not know. They went on to live what looked, from the outside, like a happy enough early life. They built their city. They had 4 daughters and 1 son. The 4 daughters were Autonoe, Ino, Agave, and Semele. The son, Polydorus, would be the most quietly fortunate of the children, but his descendants would fare no better than his sisters. From the moment the golden necklace clasped around Harmonia's throat, the family was marked. The misfortunes did not arrive all at once. They came slowly, generation by generation, in a long pattern that the Greeks would point to whenever they wanted to illustrate the meaning of an inherited curse. In the early years of Thebes, however, things looked promising. The 5 surviving Spartoi, those armed men who had sprouted from the dragon's teeth, formed the original aristocracy of the city. Their names, preserved by later poets, were Echion, Eudaeus, Chthonius, Hyperenor, and Pelorus, and each became the founder of a great Theban noble house. Echion himself married Agave, the daughter of Cadmus, which made him the father of the unfortunate Pentheus, whose story has already been told. The Spartoi families would dominate Theban politics for generations, and the city's reputation in the wider Greek world rested in part on this unusual founding myth. To be a true Theban noble, in the eyes of other Greeks, was to descend from those warriors who had sprung directly from the soil. It gave the city a certain rough mystique. Other Greek cities had founders who were sons of gods or refugees from sacked Troy. Thebes had soldiers who had grown out of the dirt like vegetables and immediately tried to kill each other. It was a distinctive claim. The city itself grew prosperous in its early decades. The walls were strong. The fields around it were fertile. Trade routes opened with the surrounding regions of Boeotia. Cadmus proved to be a competent and just king, despite the heavy weight of the prophecy hanging over his line. His subjects respected him. His wife was beautiful and accomplished. His children were healthy. For perhaps a generation, the great curse seemed to be sleeping, and Cadmus may even have allowed himself to hope that he had escaped it. The hope, naturally, was misplaced. The first daughter, Autonoe, married a mortal nobleman and had a son named Actaeon. The young hunter you have already met. The unfortunate son of Autonoe, who stumbled upon the goddess Artemis at her bath in the forest, and met the fate already described. Autonoe never recovered from her son's death. She lived out her years in mourning, unable to understand how a child of hers had been struck down by a goddess he had never meant to offend. The second daughter, Ino, fared no better. She had married a prince of Boeotia named Athamas, and they had 2 sons of their own. But Ino's life took a turn when her sister Semele died in a way that requires its own paragraph, leaving behind a divine infant for Ino to raise. Ino took the baby in, hid him from Hera as best she could, and was for a time the protector of the future god Dionysus. Hera, who never forgot an injury and who deeply resented the existence of any child fathered by Zeus on a mortal, eventually punished Ino for this kindness by driving her husband Athamas mad. The maddened king mistook one of his own sons for a deer and killed him before he could be stopped. Ino, seeing this horror, snatched up her remaining son and ran. She flung herself off a cliff into the sea rather than be caught. Some accounts say she drowned. Others say Aphrodite, taking pity, transformed her into a sea goddess, the white spirit Leucothea, who would one day rescue Odysseus from a storm at sea. Either way, the family she had built was destroyed. The third daughter, Semele, was the mortal princess whose tragic affair with Zeus has already been told. Burned to ash by the sight of her divine lover in his true form, she left behind the unborn Dionysus to be saved by his father's thigh. Her death echoed back through the palace where she'd grown up, the first of the sisters to be lost. The fourth daughter, Agave, suffered the strangest fate of them all. She had married into the royal household herself and had a son named Pentheus, who would in time inherit the throne of Thebes after his grandfather Cadmus retired. Pentheus grew into a strict young king, the kind of ruler who believed in proper order, strict laws, and traditional worship. When the new god Dionysus came at last to Thebes, the city of his mother's birth, and began spreading his joyful and slightly alarming rites, Pentheus was scandalized. The god of wine had been welcomed everywhere else in Greece, but Pentheus refused to accept him. Pentheus declared that the new religion was nonsense, that the god was a fraud, and that anyone caught participating in the ecstatic rites in the mountains would be punished severely. Dionysus, in disguise as a mortal traveller with vine-wreathed hair and a strange knowing smile, came before the young king and warned him gently. The Theban women, including the king's own mother and aunts, had already gone up into the mountains to join the rites. The god could not be denied honour in his own family's city, the disguised stranger said. Pentheus, far from yielding, ordered the stranger arrested and locked in chains. The chains naturally fell off the god's wrists as soon as he was alone. The palace dungeon burst into vines. Pentheus, when he came to confront the prisoner, found him sitting calmly in an empty cell, the chains lying coiled on the floor like discarded jewellery. The young king, by this point genuinely shaken, agreed to listen. The disguised Dionysus suggested that perhaps the king should go and see the rites for himself, hidden among the trees, and judge whether they were truly as outrageous as he had been told. Pentheus, with the kind of curiosity that the family curse seemed to plant in every Theban heart, agreed. He even allowed the stranger to dress him in women's clothing and a wreath of vines so that he could blend in with the worshippers without being noticed. The stranger led the disguised king up into the slopes of Mount Cithaeron, helped him climb to the top of a tall pine tree to get a better view, and then, his work done, vanished. The women below, deep in their ecstatic rites and gripped by a divine madness given by the god they had honoured, looked up and saw what they took to be a wild beast crouching in the high branches of the tree. The lead worshipper, in her rapture, was none other than the king's own mother Agave. She did not recognize her son. She saw instead a great lion threatening the sacred grove. She called the other women to her. They surrounded the tree, they pulled it down, and in the kind of scene the Greek tragedians rendered with terrible restraint, the women dismembered the unrecognized king, with his mother delivering the final blow herself, believing she had killed a beast. She did not understand what she had done until she returned to the palace in triumph, holding what she believed to be a lion's head, and her father Cadmus, looking at the trophy with horror, gently told her what she was actually holding. Agave's reason returned in that instant, and her grief was beyond anything words could express. She fled into exile. She never recovered. The throne of Thebes, drenched in the blood of its own king by his mother's hand, passed to other branches of the family. Cadmus and Harmonia, by this point, had buried more children than any parent should ever have to bury. They had watched their grandchildren die in increasingly terrible ways. They had survived war and divine vengeance and the slow grinding away of an entire family by forces they could not stop. They were very, very old, and at last, in their grief, they took the road out of Thebes and wandered into the wild lands of Illyria, in the rocky country to the north. There, by some divine pity, the long-ago prophecy about Cadmus becoming a serpent finally came to pass. He felt his skin harden. He felt scales grow along his back. He fell to the ground as his legs fused into a long, sinuous tail. Harmonia, watching her husband transform, begged the gods to let her share his fate, and they granted her wish. The two of them, as a pair of gentle serpents, lived out the rest of their days in the wild hills. They had been spared, perhaps, the final indignity of watching the curse work its way further down the bloodline. They were also turned into snakes, which was an unusual retirement plan, but at least they were together. Because the curse continued. It moved through the surviving descendants, generation by generation, until it reached the most famous member of the Theban royal line, a young prince named Oedipus, whose story would become, in the hands of later poets and playwrights, one of the defining tragedies of the entire ancient world. His parents were King Laius and Queen Jocasta of Thebes. Laius was a descendant of Cadmus through the male line, and he was, like every member of that family, marked by inherited misfortune even before he made his own contribution to the legacy. Long before becoming king, Laius had stayed as a guest in the household of King Pelops, where he had behaved in a way that broke the most sacred laws of hospitality. As punishment, the gods had pronounced a prophecy upon him. Laius would one day have a son, and that son would grow up to kill him and to marry his own mother, the queen. Laius, terrified, did everything he could to avoid the prophecy. When his wife Jocasta gave birth to a baby boy, Laius did not even wait for the infant to grow. He ordered the child taken to the slopes of Mount Cithaeron, the same wild slopes where Pentheus had met his end, and exposed to the elements to die. He gave the baby to a shepherd of his household with instructions to abandon the child, where the cold would take him. As an extra precaution, Laius pierced the infant's ankles with a metal pin and bound them together, both to make sure the child could not crawl away, and as a kind of mark that would identify him if he was ever found. Then Laius and Jocasta tried to put the matter out of their minds and continue their reign as if no son had been born. The shepherd, however, could not bring himself to leave the baby to die. He carried the infant out into the mountains, walked along its slopes for a while, and then, hearing the baby cries, made a decision that would change everything. He met another shepherd on the mountain trails, this one from the kingdom of Corinth, on the far side of the mountains, and he passed the baby into the Corinthian shepherd's keeping. The Corinthian in turn brought the baby home to his own king and queen, Polybus and Merope, who had no children of their own. They accepted the foundling as their own son, raised him as their heir, and named him Oedipus, which roughly meant swollen-footed. In reference to the wounds on his ankles that had healed but left him with a permanent slight limp. Oedipus grew up in the Corinthian palace believing he was the son of Polybus and Merope. He was strong, intelligent, well loved by his adoptive parents, and considered handsome despite his slight limp. He had no reason to suspect his origins, but when he was a young man, a guest at a feast in Corinth, somewhat drunk, taunted him with the suggestion that he was not truly the son of King Polybus. Oedipus, troubled by the remark, asked his parents about it. They denied it firmly, and they punished the speaker for slandering their son. But the doubt had been planted. Oedipus, unable to settle the question with his family, decided to consult the oracle at Delphi directly. He travelled to the great shrine and asked the priestess of Apollo whether Polybus was truly his father. The oracle, in the way of oracles, did not answer the question he had asked. She gave him instead a much worse one. He was to leave that sacred place and never return home, because he was fated to kill his own father and to marry his own mother. The prophecy, you may notice, was the same one his real father had received decades earlier. The oracle was simply repeating it to the next generation, since the gods, having pronounced a fate, did not change their minds about it. Oedipus, hearing this, was horrified. He believed Polybus and Merope were his real parents. He determined never to return to Corinth, never to risk the possibility that any version of the prophecy could come true. He left Delphi heading in the opposite direction from Corinth, putting as much distance between himself and his adoptive home as he could. He walked north, into the mountains, into the country he did not know. He was, although he could not have known it, walking straight toward the real father he had never met. On a narrow path between high rocks, at a place where 3 roads met, Oedipus encountered an older man travelling in a chariot with a small retinue. There was an argument about right of way. The old man, who was used to commanding respect, ordered Oedipus off the road. Oedipus, who was the son of one king and the adopted son of another, was not in the habit of stepping aside for travellers. Words turned to threats. The old man's charioteer struck Oedipus with a whip. Oedipus, with the fast temper of his bloodline, struck back. He pulled the old man down out of the chariot, and in the brief fight that followed, he killed nearly the entire party. One member of the retinue, a servant, escaped and ran. The old man, who had received the brunt of the blows, lay dead in the dust of the road. The old man was Laius, king of Thebes. Oedipus did not know it. He had never seen the face of the father who had ordered him exposed as an infant. He left the scene of the fight without taking any names or making any inquiries. He continued his journey north, toward Thebes itself, with no idea that he had just fulfilled the first half of the prophecy he was trying so hard to avoid. When he reached the outskirts of Thebes, he found the city in distress. A monster had taken up residence on the road outside the walls. The Sphinx, an enormous creature with the head and breasts of a woman, the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle, had been sent by the gods, probably by Hera, as another stage in the long Theban curse. She crouched on a rock outside the city, and she challenged every traveller who passed with a riddle. Travellers who could not answer her were eaten. So far no one had answered her, and traffic in and out of Thebes had effectively stopped. The city was starving. The Sphinx was a creature borrowed from older Eastern traditions, but in Greek hands she had become clever, proud, and almost philosophical in her cruelty. She did not eat travellers because she was hungry. She ate them because they had failed her test, and she took the failure personally. Oedipus, with the boldness that ran in his family along with the curse, came up to the Sphinx and accepted the challenge. The Sphinx posed the famous riddle. "What creature," she asked, "walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening, even though its voice remains its own throughout. Oedipus, who happened to be unusually clever, gave the answer almost immediately: a human being. As an infant, on hands and knees, 4 legs. In adulthood, upright, 2 legs. In old age, leaning on a staff, 3. The Sphinx, in some accounts, was so furious at being defeated that she threw herself from her rock and died. In others, Oedipus killed her with his sword. Either way, the road to Thebes was open again, and the city was free of its monster. The grateful Thebans welcomed Oedipus as a hero. The throne, by recent unhappy events, was vacant. The previous king Laius had been killed on the road by an unknown traveller. And there was no clear heir. Jocasta, the widowed queen, was offered as a bride to whichever great man could be acclaimed as the new king. Oedipus was the obvious choice. He was a hero. He had saved the city. He was of royal Corinthian blood, or so everyone believed. He married Jocasta, took the crown of Thebes, and began a long and outwardly happy reign. Jocasta was older than he was, but not so much older that the match seemed strange to anyone watching. They had 4 children together: 2 sons, Eteocles and Polynices, and 2 daughters, Antigone and Ismene. The city flourished under his rule. The people loved him. For perhaps 2 decades, Oedipus ruled Thebes with skill and care. He resolved disputes among the noble families. He oversaw the rebuilding of the walls. He brought a steady hand to the city, which after generations of family tragedy and divine misfortune badly needed steady hands of any kind. He was, by every visible measure, the most successful king Thebes had ever known. And during all those years he raised his children, ate at the same table as his wife, sat in council with his brother-in-law Creon, and went about the business of being a king without once suspecting that he had walked into the trap the gods had laid for him before he was born. The Greeks, when they retold this part of the story, lingered on its quiet ordinariness. The horror of Oedipus, they said, was not that his life had been miserable, it was that his life had been good. He had built a happy family on a foundation that was already poisoned, and he did not know. The second half of the prophecy, of course, had already been fulfilled. Oedipus did not know it. Jocasta did not know it. The 2 of them had been living as husband and wife for years, raising children together, without any suspicion that the cheerful king had begun his life as the infant son they had ordered abandoned. The curse simply waited, knowing that the truth has a way of surfacing eventually. It surfaced through a plague. After many years of his reign, Thebes was struck by a terrible sickness that affected crops, animals, and people alike. Children sickened in their cradles, cattle dropped in their fields. The city was desperate. Oedipus, who had always been a conscientious ruler, sent his brother-in-law Creon, the queen's brother, to consult the oracle at Delphi and ask what offence the city had committed and how it could be put right. Creon returned with the answer. The plague had been sent because the killer of the former king Laius had never been brought to justice. The killer was still living in Thebes. The plague would not lift until he was found and exiled. Oedipus, who genuinely did not connect this killer with himself, threw all his energy into the investigation. He pronounced terrible curses upon the unknown murderer, swearing that whoever had killed Laius would be expelled from the city, cut off from all human contact, and made to wander as an outcast for the rest of his life. He summoned the blind prophet Tiresias, the wisest seer in Greece, and demanded that the old man name the murderer. Tiresias, who knew the truth, tried to refuse. He told the king that no good would come of pressing the question. He begged Oedipus to leave it alone. Oedipus, his temper rising, accused the prophet of being part of the conspiracy himself and threatened him with arrest. At which point Tiresias, pushed too far, told him exactly what he did not want to hear. The killer he was hunting was himself. The man defiling the throne was himself. The husband and son of the queen was himself. Oedipus, in a fury, dismissed the prophet as a fraud and a traitor. But the doubt was now planted. Oedipus began to ask questions of everyone around him. He sent for the only surviving member of Laius' travel party from years before, the servant who had escaped the road fight. He sent for the messenger from Corinth who had come bearing news of the recent death of Polybus, the man Oedipus still believed to be his real father. The messenger, to comfort him, told him not to grieve too deeply, because Polybus had not actually been his father by blood. Polybus had adopted him as an infant, taken from a shepherd who had found him on Mount Cithaeron with his ankles pinned together. Jocasta, hearing this, understood before Oedipus did. She begged him to stop asking questions. She left the hall in tears and went to her chamber. Oedipus, still not piecing the truth together, called for the old shepherd who had taken the baby on the mountain so long ago. The shepherd came, frightened, and at last, under direct questioning, told the rest of the story. He had been given a baby by King Laius and Queen Jocasta, with orders to abandon it. He had not done so. He had passed the child to a Corinthian shepherd. That child had grown up to be the king now asking him these questions. Oedipus understood. He ran to Jocasta's chamber, but it was too late. The queen had taken her own life rather than face what had happened. Oedipus, looking at her body, did not in the end take his own life. He did something even harder. He took the pins from her clothing and drove them into his own eyes, blinding himself because he could no longer bear to see the world that had betrayed him so completely, and because he believed he had no right to look upon his children, his city, or the daylight ever again. He left Thebes. He had pronounced his own exile months earlier in his curse upon the murderer, and he held himself to the terms. He wandered, blind and grief-stricken, leaning on a staff. For a long time he was accompanied by his daughter Antigone, who refused to leave him, and who guided his steps from village to village across the Greek lands. He became a beggar. He slept under hedges. He survived on charity, although the curse upon him made many cities turn him away at their gates. He grew old in his wandering. At last, in a sacred grove near Athens, he died in a manner the gods themselves seemed to soften, with the earth opening to receive him quietly. King Theseus of Athens, who had given him shelter in his final days, kept the place of his burial a secret, which was said to be a blessing on the land that held it. His children, however, inherited the curse undimmed. His two sons, Eteocles and Polynices, who had treated their disgraced father coldly during his exile, quarrelled bitterly over the throne of Thebes after he was gone. They had agreed at first to share the rule, alternating years. Eteocles, when his year was up, refused to step aside. Polynices, exiled in his turn, raised an army of foreign allies and marched on his home city. The war that followed, known as the Seven against Thebes, was one of the most terrible conflicts in Greek mythology. The two brothers met in single combat at one of the 7 gates of the city. They killed each other simultaneously, ending the male line of Oedipus in a single afternoon of mutual murder. His daughter Antigone, who had survived everything until then, faced one final cruelty. The new king of Thebes, her uncle Creon, decreed that Eteocles would be buried with honours, but that Polynices, as a traitor who had marched against the city, would be left to rot in the open air, denied all funeral rites. Antigone, who believed her brother deserved burial regardless, defied the decree, scattered earth over her brother's body, and was sentenced to death. She took her own life in the cave where she had been imprisoned, completing the slow extinction of the noble house of Cadmus. By the time the curse had run its full course, every direct descendant of the founder of Thebes was either dead, mad, transformed, or gone into exile. The city itself survived, but its royal line was broken. The Greeks looked at this long melancholy story and drew from it a particular conclusion that ran through their entire imagination. Fate, they believed, was not negotiable. The gods could be honoured, the gods could be appeased. But what the gods had set in motion, and what an earlier generation had set in motion through its own choices, could not always be unwound, no matter how cleverly or how virtuously a later mortal tried to step aside. Oedipus had spent his entire life trying to avoid a prophecy, and every step he took to avoid it had carried him directly toward it. That, the Greeks said, was the most tragic shape a mortal life could take. To run from a fate, only to discover that the road of escape was the road of fulfillment all along. Not every Greek story ended in the slow grinding ruin of a cursed house. Alongside the long tragedies ran another tradition entirely. One the Greeks were fonder of telling around their fires on long evenings, the age of heroes, mortals born of divine fathers or mothers, raised in the world of ordinary men but carrying inside them a spark of something more, who went out into a dangerous landscape full of monsters and accomplished impossible deeds. The Greeks placed this age before their own, in a misty time when the boundaries between the gods and humanity were thinner, and when an exceptional mortal could change the shape of the world. The heroes who walked in that age set the pattern for every adventure story that has come after. They had divine parents, they had distinctive flaws, they faced monstrous enemies, they received help from gods and goddesses who favoured them, and they nearly always paid, in the end, a heavy price for the gifts they had been given. The first of these heroes in the order of generations was a young man named Perseus, whose story began, as so many did, with a prophecy that a king tried to outwit. The king in question was Acrisius, ruler of the small kingdom of Argos on the Peloponnese. Acrisius had only one child, a daughter named Danae, who was by every account exceptionally beautiful. What he wanted more than anything was a son to inherit his throne. The gods having so far declined to provide one, he travelled to the oracle to ask when this son might appear. The oracle, in its usual unhelpful way, told him he would never have a son at all. Worse, it warned him that his daughter Danae would one day give birth to a boy, and that this grandson would be the one who killed him. Acrisius came home from the oracle in a deeply unsettled mood. He could not change the gods' minds about a son of his own. He could, however, take steps to prevent any grandson from ever being born. His solution, like that of King Laius before him, was direct and entirely lacking in foresight. He built a chamber of bronze buried partly underground, with no windows and a single locked door, and he installed Danae inside it. She would have food and water passed to her, but she would have no contact with any man, ever, for the rest of her natural life. He calculated, reasonably enough by mortal logic, that a woman who never met a man could not have a son, and a daughter who could not have a son could not produce the grandson the prophecy described. He felt, briefly, that he had solved the problem. Acrisius had not, however, accounted for Zeus. The lord of the sky, looking down on Greece in his usual restless way, noticed the beautiful princess locked in her bronze room. He noticed as well the locked door and the buried walls and the absence of any conventional entry point. Most men would have given up. Zeus, who had pursued mortal women in the form of a bull, a swan, a fire, and on at least one occasion a passing cloud, found the obstacle merely interesting. He transformed himself into a shower of golden rain, poured down through a small gap in the ceiling of Danae's chamber, and visited her in that form. Roughly 9 months later, Danae gave birth to a son and named him Perseus. Acrisius, when he discovered the child, was furious and frightened in equal measure. He could not bring himself to kill his own daughter and grandson directly, partly because killing family was a serious offence in the eyes of the gods, and partly because Danae herself swore by every oath she knew that the father was Zeus, which made the child a son of the king of the gods. Murdering such a child outright would have invited divine retribution, so Acrisius found a more deniable method. He had a great wooden chest constructed, large enough to hold his daughter and her infant, and he set it adrift on the sea, leaving the outcome to the gods. The chest drifted for days. Danae held her baby and prayed. The chest did not sink. It did not break apart in storms. The currents and winds carried it gently across the Aegean, and at last it washed ashore on the small island of Seriphos. A kindly fisherman named Dictys found it lying on the beach, opened the lid, and discovered the exhausted mother and her bright-eyed son. He took them home and cared for them. Danae and Perseus lived in the simple house of the fisherman for many years, with Perseus growing into a strong and capable young man, raised in honest poverty but unaware of his royal blood. He learned to fish. He learned to handle a boat. He learned to defend his mother. Life was, by mortal standards, surprisingly peaceful for the son of a god who had begun his story in a sealed underground room. The trouble began when Polydect, the brother of the kindly fisherman and the actual king of Seriphos, took notice of Danae. She had not aged in any visible way during her years on the island, partly because of her divine connection through Zeus, and partly because she had simply lived a quiet life with few stresses. Polydect wanted to marry her. Danae refused. Perseus, by this point a young man strong enough to be intimidating, stood between his mother and the king. Polydect, frustrated, decided he would have to remove the son before he could pursue the mother. He came up with a scheme. The king announced a fictional wedding to another princess and invited all the young men of the island to a feast where they would each bring him a horse as a gift. Perseus, who owned no horses, was caught off guard. He offered, foolishly, to bring any other gift the king might name. Polydectes, ready for exactly this opening, named the gift he had been planning all along. Perseus was to bring him the head of the Gorgon Medusa. It was, on the face of it, a death sentence. The Gorgons were 3 sisters of monstrous form, daughters of the ancient sea god Forces and his sister Ceto, whose names were Stheno, Euryale, and Medusa. The first 2 were immortal. Medusa, the youngest, was mortal, but she had a particular feature that made killing her nearly impossible. Anyone who looked directly into her eyes was turned instantly to stone. Her hair was made of writhing snakes. Her teeth were the tusks of a boar. The cave where she and her sisters lived was littered with the statues of the heroes who had tried before, frozen in their final moments of horror. Perseus, perhaps more confident than the situation warranted, agreed to bring the head. He left the feast and set out, almost immediately realizing that he had no idea where the Gorgons lived, no plan for how to defeat them, and no obvious advantages other than his divine ancestry, which he had never personally tested. He sat down on a hillside and considered his options. At this point, however, the gods stepped in. Athena and Hermes both took a personal interest in Perseus. Athena, who had her own old grievance with Medusa, was particularly invested in seeing the Gorgon defeated. Medusa, the story went, had once been a beautiful priestess in Athena's temple, until she had been pursued by Poseidon in the temple itself, a violation of sacred space that Athena, in her usual style, blamed largely on the priestess rather than the god. She had transformed Medusa into the snake-haired horror she now was. To have Medusa's head taken at last was the final piece of that long disagreement, and Athena was eager to help. The two gods appeared to Perseus on his hillside and explained what he would need. He could not face Medusa directly, of course, so Athena gave him a polished bronze shield, smooth as a mirror, in which he could see the Gorgon's reflection without looking at her face. Hermes gave him an adamantine sickle, the same kind of blade Cronus had once used on his own father, capable of cutting through anything. They told him where to find a group of beings called the Graii, 3 ancient hag sisters who shared between them a single eye and a single tooth, passing them back and forth as needed. The Graii would know how to find the nymphs who guarded the other items Perseus needed. So he sought them out, found them in a damp cave at the edge of the world, and when one of them was passing the shared eye to another, snatched it from the air. He refused to give it back until they told him what he needed to know. They told him. He returned the eye and went on his way. The Graii themselves were a strange and unsettling set of sisters, daughters of the same primordial sea god who had fathered the Gorgons. They had been born already old, grey-haired from the moment they came into the world. Their names were Dano, Enyo, and Pemphredo, and they had lived in their cave for so long that they no longer remembered what daylight looked like. They sat around a low fire that gave off no smoke, passing the single eye and the single tooth back and forth as their conversations required. One spoke, one ate, one looked at the other two, then they rotated. It was a system that worked, but only barely, and a young hero with quick reflexes could exploit it, as Perseus had discovered. The Graia held no particular love for their younger Gorgon sisters, and gave up the information he wanted without too much regret. The directions they provided sent him onward to a remote grove where the helpful nymphs lived. The nymphs were less easily intimidated, but Perseus had not come to bully them. He came carrying the recommendations of Hermes and Athena, which carried weight in their woods, and they gave him their treasures freely. From the helpful nymphs he received 3 more gifts: a pair of winged sandals similar to those Hermes wore, which allowed him to fly, a magical pouch large enough to safely contain whatever he placed inside it, since carrying the head of a Gorgon in any ordinary bag would not work well, given the stone-turning gaze. And the cap of Hades, the same helm of invisibility that the Lord of the Underworld had received from the Cyclops long ago, on loan for this particular mission. With these items, plus the shield and sickle, Perseus was ready. He found the Gorgons sleeping in their cave at the western edge of the world. Stheno and Euryale slept on either side of their younger sister, snoring like collapsed mountains. Perseus put on the cap of Hades and became invisible. He approached on his winged sandals, silent and unseen. He held up the polished shield, found Medusa's reflection in its mirror surface, and brought the adamantine sickle down on her neck in a single clean stroke. From the wound, 2 extraordinary creatures sprang fully formed. Pegasus, the winged horse, who would feature in another hero story shortly, and Chrysaor, a fully grown warrior holding a golden sword, whose own descendants would include the 3-bodied giant Geryon, but who otherwise played little role in the stories to come. Perseus, working quickly, swept Medusa's head into the magical pouch, sealed it shut, and flew away just as her 2 immortal sisters began to wake. They could hear him but not see him. They could not catch him. He escaped into the western sky with the head of the youngest Gorgon at his side. His journey home, however, took him on a long detour. As he was flying back across the Mediterranean, somewhere along the African coast, he saw an unusual sight. A young woman, royally dressed and very beautiful, was chained to a rock on the seashore, her hair tossing in the wind, weeping openly. Perseus, who had a romantic streak that the mythology occasionally allowed its heroes, landed nearby and asked what had happened. The young woman told him her story. She was Andromeda, princess of the kingdom of Ethiopia. Her mother Cassiopeia had recently made a boast that she was more beautiful than the Nereids, the sea nymphs who served Poseidon. Poseidon, hearing the insult to his attendants, had sent a great sea monster called Cetus to ravage the coast of the kingdom. The oracle had told the king that the only way to appease the god was to chain his daughter to a rock and offer her as a sacrifice. The king had been forced to comply. She had been brought to the rock that morning and chained there. The sea monster was due to arrive at any moment. Before this encounter, however, Perseus had also stopped briefly in another remote land, at the far western edge of the world, where he had met an enormous titan still standing where Zeus had condemned him long before. This was Atlas, holding the sky on his shoulders, and Perseus, tired from his long flight, asked the titan if he could rest for a moment in his shade. Atlas, who had been warned long ago by a prophecy that a son of Zeus would one day come to steal the golden apples that grew in his garden, took one look at Perseus and refused him hospitality. The two argued. Perseus, frustrated and not especially gentle, took out Medusa's head and showed it to the Titan. Atlas in that instant turned to stone, and his enormous form became the great mountain range in the western lands that still bears his name. The sky, settled now on a permanent geological feature rather than the shoulders of a living being, no longer required active holding up. Whether this was an improvement or a tragedy depended on which Titan you asked, although Atlas himself was no longer in a position to give an opinion. Perseus, restored by his brief and grumpy rest stop, flew on toward the coast where he would shortly meet Andromeda. Perseus considered the situation, which was, by his recent standards, almost routine. He flew up to meet the king and queen in their palace and offered them a deal. He would kill the monster and save their daughter. In exchange, he would have Andromeda's hand in marriage. The king, who would have agreed to almost anything at that point, accepted gladly. Perseus returned to the rock just as the sea churned with the approach of Cetus, an enormous beast with the body of a serpent and the jaws of a shark, leaving a wake of foam as it surged toward the helpless princess. Perseus pulled out Medusa's head and showed the reflection of it to the sea monster, which turned instantly to stone and sank to the bottom of the sea, where the great rock that had once been Cetus could supposedly still be seen by ancient sailors who passed that way. He freed Andromeda, brought her back to her parents, and married her in a ceremony that, by the standards of his family, was almost peaceful. There was one complication. Andromeda had been promised previously, before the sea monster crisis, to a relative of the king named Phineus. Phineus, who had not been brave enough to face the sea monster himself but who suddenly became very interested in his bride when the danger had passed, arrived at the wedding feast with a small army of supporters and demanded the marriage be cancelled. Perseus, who had little patience for cowards who arrived late to claim what others had earned, gave Phineus and his supporters a fair warning. They ignored it. Perseus, recognizing that he was outnumbered and would lose any conventional fight, took out Medusa's head once more, called for his own supporters to look away, and showed the head to Phineus's army. He turned them, everyone, to stone. The wedding then continued without further interruption, though presumably with a slightly awkward outdoor sculpture garden surrounding the venue. Perseus and Andromeda returned to Seriphos together. He found his mother and the kindly fisherman in hiding from King Polydectes, who had grown increasingly impatient and aggressive in his attempts to force Danae into marriage. Perseus went straight to the palace, where Polydectes was hosting a feast for his nobles. He walked in, announced that he had brought the gift he had been sent to fetch, and held up Medusa's head while telling everyone in the room to take a good look. They did. They became, all of them, a permanent decorative feature of the throne room. Polydectes himself was the centerpiece. Perseus installed the kindly fisherman Dictys on the now empty throne, the gentle man having earned it more than his terrible brother ever had, and the people of Seriphos accepted the change with relief. Perseus then returned the borrowed items he had been given by the gods. He gave Medusa's head to Athena, who set it as a permanent decoration on the front of her aegis, the great shield she carried. The eye of the Gorgon, even in death, retained its petrifying power, and from that day forward it served as one of the most fearsome features of Athena's appearance, a permanent warning that mortals who challenged the goddess would not find the experience pleasant. The winged sandals, the cap of invisibility, the magical pouch, and the adamantine sickle all went back to their proper owners. Perseus kept nothing of the borrowed equipment. He did, however, keep his life, his wife, his mother, and a story that would be told for the next 3,000 years, which was a fair haul for a young man who had set out as the son of a fisherman. The matter of the prophecy, however, remained unresolved. Perseus had taken his mother and his new wife and returned to the mainland of Greece, intending to make peace with his grandfather Acrisius and reclaim some part of his original heritage. Acrisius, hearing that his grandson was approaching the kingdom, fled in terror, knowing the prophecy that had haunted him for so long. He took refuge in a distant city called Larissa, hoping he would never have to see Perseus again. Perseus, regretful that his grandfather refused to see him, eventually travelled to Larissa himself for unrelated reasons. The king of Larissa was holding a great athletic festival to honour his recently deceased father, and Perseus was invited to participate. He competed in several events. When the discus-throwing competition came around, he hurled the heavy bronze disc with the full strength of a young man trained by his exertions against monsters. The discus flew further than anyone expected. A sudden gust of wind, or perhaps a deliberate breath from a god watching closely, pushed it slightly off course. It came down on the edge of the spectator stands and struck an elderly man in the head. The man fell, and by the time anyone reached him, he was dead. The elderly man was Acrisius. He had been hiding in the crowd, trying not to be seen by his grandson, and the discus had found him anyway. The prophecy was fulfilled, exactly as the oracle had predicted, in a way neither Acrisius nor Perseus could have prevented. The Greeks, telling this story, found in it the same lesson as in the tale of Oedipus. A fate spoken by the gods would find its way to completion, no matter how cleverly the mortal involved tried to step aside. The only difference was that Perseus had not knowingly chosen any of the actions that led to his grandfather's death. The discus throw had been an ordinary act in an ordinary athletic contest. The wind had done the rest. Perseus, grieving and ashamed, refused to take the throne of Argos that should have been his by inheritance, since he could not bring himself to rule a kingdom whose previous king he had killed, even accidentally. Instead, he arranged an exchange with his cousin Megapenthes, who held a nearby kingdom called Tiryns. Megapenthes took Argos. Perseus took Tiryns and the surrounding country, where he and Andromeda settled and raised a family. Their descendants would become some of the greatest heroes in Greek mythology, including several generations later the famous Hercules, of whom much more will be said. But Perseus himself, during his own lifetime, did one more thing of lasting consequence. He founded a new city in his territory, on a hill of natural stone overlooking a fertile plain. He surrounded it with walls so massive that later Greeks, looking at them, believed they could only have been built by giants. The city was named Mycenae, and it would become, for centuries afterward, the greatest stronghold in mainland Greece. The kings of Mycenae would lead the Greek expedition against Troy in the war that ended the heroic age. The bloodline of Perseus, planted in those walls, would run through all of that history. The walls of Mycenae deserve a particular note. They were built of stones so enormous that no normal team of workers could possibly have lifted them. Each stone in the lower courses weighed several tons. They were fitted together without mortar, joined by precise carving alone, and they have stood for more than 3,000 years, surviving wars, earthquakes, and the patient erosion of weather. The Greeks of later centuries, looking at these walls and unable to imagine how their distant ancestors could have raised them, decided that Perseus must have hired the Cyclops themselves to do the masonry, since only beings of supernatural strength could have moved such blocks. The style of building that resulted, in which massive irregular stones are fitted together without mortar, is still called Cyclopean masonry today, in honour of the one-eyed labourers who, according to Greek tradition, did the work. Whether or not actual giants were involved, the walls were real, the city was real, and its later kings, descended directly from Perseus and Andromeda, would dominate the politics of Greece for many generations. But Perseus was not the only great hero of his generation. A young man named Bellerophon, who lived in the kingdom of Corinth at roughly the same time, was making his own legend in parallel. Bellerophon was the son of either Poseidon or of a mortal king named Glaucus, depending on which storyteller you trust, and he had inherited from one father or the other an unusual gift for handling animals, particularly horses. He was strong, handsome, and well-intentioned, but he had also committed a serious offence in his youth. He had accidentally killed a member of his own family, perhaps his own brother, in a hunting accident. By Greek custom, anyone who shed family blood was considered ritually unclean and had to be purified through a complicated ceremony performed by a king from another family who agreed to take responsibility for the cleansing. The mortal father in the family, King Glaucus, had his own dark reputation by the time of Bellerophon's youth. Glaucus had been a passionate horse breeder and had committed the strange offence of refusing to allow his mares to mate, on the theory that this would make them faster in chariot races. Aphrodite, who took insult at any disrespect to the natural pairing she watched over, punished him for it. During a chariot competition in which Glaucus was competing, his own mares went mad, turned on him, and tore him apart. Bellerophon, growing up in the shadow of this story, may have developed his own gift for horses partly as an act of rebellion against the cruel handling that had run in his father's stables, or partly as a quiet attempt to make peace with the goddess his father had angered. Either way, by the time he reached young adulthood, he was already known throughout Corinth as a man who could calm any animal with a touch. Bellerophon travelled to the court of King Brutus of Tiryns, the same kingdom that would later belong to Perseus, and asked for purification. Brutus, being a good host, agreed. He cleansed Bellerophon in the proper rituals and welcomed him as a guest in his palace. So far, so well. The trouble began with Brutus's queen, Sthenoboea, who took one look at the handsome young guest and decided she wanted him for herself. She approached Bellerophon privately and propositioned him. Bellerophon, who understood the sacred laws of hospitality and knew that betraying a host with his own wife was unforgivable, refused her firmly. The queen, scorned and angry, went to her husband and told him the opposite story. She accused Bellerophon of having propositioned her. Brutus believed his wife. He was furious, but he could not kill Bellerophon directly, because killing a guest under your own roof was as serious a violation as anything Bellerophon was accused of doing. So Brutus came up with an indirect solution. He wrote a letter, sealed it, and gave it to Bellerophon with instructions to carry it to King Iobates of Lycia, the queen's father, on a matter of urgent state business. Bellerophon, suspecting nothing, carried the sealed letter across the sea to Lycia and presented it to Iobates. The letter, when opened, contained an instruction to put the bearer to death. Iobates, however, had already been hosting Bellerophon as a guest for 9 days while feasting him in welcome, and he could not very well kill a man he had spent more than a week befriending without breaking the same sacred laws Brutus had been worried about. He came up with his own solution. He gave Bellerophon a quest so dangerous that no mortal could be expected to survive it. There was in the mountains of Lycia a terrible monster called the Chimera. It had the body and head of a lion, a second head of a goat sprouting from its back, and a tail that ended in a serpent's head. It breathed fire from all 3 mouths simultaneously. It was the offspring of 2 of the worst monsters in the entire mythology, and it had been terrorizing the countryside for years. Iobates told Bellerophon that he must go and kill this creature in order to prove his worth as a guest. Bellerophon, perhaps not fully grasping what he was being sent to do, agreed. A wise seer named Polyidus took pity on the young man and gave him useful advice. To defeat the Chimera, Polyidus said, Bellerophon would need an unusual mount. He would need the winged horse Pegasus, the one that had sprung from the neck of Medusa when Perseus had taken her head. Pegasus had been wandering wild in the world since his birth, and no mortal had managed to tame him. To catch and tame the winged horse, Bellerophon was instructed to sleep one night in the temple of Athena. He did so. In a dream, the goddess appeared to him and gave him a golden bridle. When he woke, the bridle was still in his hand, lying real and solid on the stone floor beside him. The fact that Pegasus and Bellerophon were brought together at all was, in the Greek imagination, one of those quiet ironies the gods seemed to enjoy arranging. The winged horse owed his very existence to a different hero, born from the same blow that had ended Medusa, and he had been roaming the world for years before the right rider came along. Some accounts said he had been spotted from time to time by mortals, glimpsed grazing on a hilltop or drinking from a remote spring, never approached closely because no one could come within reach before he startled into the air. Others said he had spent most of his early years near the slopes of Mount Helicon, the home of the Muses, who would feed him from their hands and listen to his quiet whickering. there was a famous spring on that mountain called Hippocrene, which had reportedly opened up at the spot where Pegasus had once struck the ground with his hoof. The water of that spring was said to inspire poets who drank from it, and the connection between Pegasus and poetry would last through many generations of later mythology. So when Bellerophon went looking for the winged horse, he was not just hunting for a mount, he was seeking a creature already touched by the goddesses of song. He took the bridle to a spring called Pyrene, on the citadel of Corinth, where Pegasus came to drink. He approached carefully. He held out the golden bridle. Pegasus, who could feel the touch of the goddess in the metalwork, allowed himself to be saddled and mounted. From that moment on, the winged horse accepted Bellerophon as his rider. The two of them rose into the air above Corinth, and the people who saw them said it was one of the most beautiful sights ever witnessed in the kingdom. A young man on a white-winged horse climbing into the clouds, off to face a monster that no mortal alone could have hoped to defeat. The fight with the Chimera was an aerial affair which gave Bellerophon a significant advantage. The Chimera could breathe fire upward, but she could not fly. Bellerophon and Pegasus circled above her, just out of reach. And Bellerophon shot arrow after arrow down into the monster's body. The Chimera roared and lunged and breathed her fires at the empty air. The arrows wore her down. Then Bellerophon had an idea that the wise seer had not suggested, but that worked beautifully. He took a great lump of lead and attached it to the point of his spear. He flew low over the Chimera, dodged the column of flame she sent up at him, and drove the spear into her open mouth. The fires of her own breath melted the lead. The molten lead poured down her throat into her lungs and burned her from the inside out. The Chimera died at last, and Bellerophon flew home in triumph. Iobates, when he received the news, was astonished. He had been certain the Chimera would kill the young man. He gave Bellerophon a second impossible task, this time leading him to fight against a tribe of warlike neighbours. Bellerophon, with Pegasus at his side, won that conflict as well. Iobates assigned him a third dangerous task, sending him against the Amazons, the famous warrior women of the eastern lands. Bellerophon, defeating them in a series of skirmishes, returned alive once more. By this point, even Iobates had to admit that Bellerophon could not possibly be guilty of whatever Pretus had accused him of, because no man whom the gods favoured this thoroughly could be in the wrong. Iobates revealed the contents of the letter, apologised to Bellerophon, and offered him his daughter in marriage along with half the kingdom of Lycia. Bellerophon accepted both. For a time, he was perhaps the happiest mortal alive. The trouble in his case came not from divine prophecy or family curse, but from his own pride. After all his successes, Bellerophon began to wonder why he should stop. He had a winged horse. He had defeated monsters that the gods themselves had created. He had beaten an entire army on his own. Surely, he reasoned, he was no longer simply a mortal. Perhaps he belonged among the gods themselves. He mounted Pegasus and turned his head upward, climbing higher and higher into the sky, intending to fly all the way to Olympus and present himself among the divine assembly. Zeus, watching this approach with growing displeasure, decided to put a quick stop to the matter. A mortal who could fly up to Olympus was an unprecedented problem. The Lord of the Sky sent down a single small gadfly, which flew up beneath Pegasus and stung the winged horse on the flank. Pegasus, startled, bucked. Bellerophon, who had been riding upright in his pride, was thrown off his saddle. He fell. He fell a very long way. Pegasus, freed from his rider, flew on alone to Olympus, where he was welcomed by Zeus and given a permanent place in the divine stables, since he was, after all, a magnificent creature whose only fault had been the rider who tried to ride him too high. Bellerophon came down in a thorn bush in a remote and desolate place. He survived the fall, in the sense that he did not die, but he was broken in body and broken in spirit. He had been crippled. He had been blinded in one eye, by some accounts. He could no longer ride. He could no longer fight. He could no longer return to his wife or his children or his half-kingdom in any condition to rule. He wandered for the rest of his life, lame and wretched, avoiding the company of others, until at last he died alone in the wilderness. The gods had given him much, and he had spent most of it well, but he had reached, in his final ambition, for the one thing no mortal was ever permitted to claim. He had reached for divinity itself, and the gods, even when they loved a hero, did not forgive that particular grasp. The two heroes, set side by side, formed the basic shape that every Greek hero's tale would follow afterward. A divine parent, or at least a touch of the divine somewhere in the ancestry, a mortal upbringing that taught them what it was to be human, a great quest, usually involving a terrible monster sent by an offended god or jealous king. Gifts from the gods, granted only when the hero had proven himself worthy of asking, a success that brought fame and a kingdom and a beautiful bride, and at the end, a flaw that the hero had carried inside him the whole time, finally surfacing to bring about his ruin or his death. Perseus had carried that flaw lightly, and he had been allowed to grow old in his kingdom. Bellerophon had carried it heavily, and it had thrown him from the sky. But every hero who followed them, in the long and crowded age that lay ahead, would walk somewhere on the spectrum between those two examples. Some, like Perseus, would manage to keep their pride in check. Some, like Bellerophon, would fly too close to Olympus. Most would end their stories somewhere in between, neither fully blessed nor fully cursed, leaving behind walls of cities they had founded, monsters they had killed, and children who carried their names forward into the next chapter of the world. Mycenae itself, as Perseus had founded it, would soon outgrow its early role and become the seat of an entire age. The descendants of Perseus would multiply and spread across the Peloponnese, establishing kingdoms in Tiryns, in Medea, in surrounding cities. From their line would eventually come the most famous mortal in all of Greek mythology, a man whose strength would be the strength of gods themselves, and whose suffering would match his strength step for step. His birth, and his unsought enmity with the Queen of Olympus, would set the stage for 12 labours that no other hero could have survived, and for a story that became, in the Greek imagination, the standard by which every other heroic life was measured. That story is the next one waiting to be told. The greatest mortal in all the heroic age was born several generations after Perseus, in the very kingdom of Tiryns where Bellerophon had once been falsely accused. His mother was Alcmene, a princess descended directly from Perseus and Andromeda, and his mortal father was the noble Amphitryon, a respected general. His divine father, however, was Zeus, who had visited Alcmene in disguise on a night when her husband happened to be away at war. The king of the gods had taken the form of Amphitryon himself, walked into his own absence, and spent a single very extended night with the young queen. Some traditions said Zeus extended the night to triple its normal length, so that he would have time to enjoy himself thoroughly, which would have caused enormous astronomical confusion for any mortal trying to keep track of dates, although no one in the story commented on this. By the time the real Amphitryon came home from his campaign and reunited with his wife, Alcmene was already carrying 2 children, twins, by 2 different fathers. One was a fully mortal son named Iphicles. The other was the boy who would grow up to be called Hercules. Hera, of course, knew. The Queen of the Gods always knew when her husband had been at his usual mischief, and she rarely let it pass quietly. The hatred she developed for the unborn Hercules, who had personally done nothing to anyone, would become one of the most relentless campaigns of divine spite in the entire mythology. She began before he was even born. On the day his birth was prophesied to make him a great king, Hera intervened. She arranged for another descendant of Perseus to be born first, on the same day, in a related branch of the family. This cousin was Eurystheus, a sickly and timid boy who would inherit the throne that the prophecy had promised to the firstborn descendant of the line. By Hera's careful timing, Eurystheus came into the world a few hours earlier than Heracles. The kingdom of Mycenae, which by then had been inherited by relatives of Perseus, would belong to Eurystheus instead of the half-divine cousin who, by every other measure, should have ruled it. This was, however, only the opening move. Hera then sent 2 enormous serpents into the nursery where the infant twins were sleeping in their shared cradle. The snakes slithered up the cradle posts and lowered their heads toward the babies. Iphicles, the mortal twin, woke and screamed in terror. Heracles, the divine twin, woke as well, looked at the snakes with calm curiosity, reached out a chubby hand, grabbed one snake in each fist and strangled them both. By the time the nurses came running in response to Iphicles' screams, the infant Heracles was laughing and shaking the dead snakes like rattles. Amphitryon, the mortal father, looked at the scene and immediately understood that his wife had not, in fact, been entirely faithful to him during his absence, and that his household now contained a son who was something other than mortal. He took the situation more gracefully than most men would have, and he raised both twins as his own. Heracles grew quickly. By boyhood, he was the strongest child anyone had ever seen. He was instructed in archery, wrestling, charioteering, music, and the various other accomplishments expected of a young man of noble birth. His music tutor, an aging musician named Lanus, made the regrettable decision to strike Heracles on the head during a lesson when the boy was struggling with a particular piece. Heracles, who did not yet know his own strength, struck back. Lanus did not survive the blow. Heracles was deeply shocked, since he had not meant to harm anyone. He was tried for the killing, but as it was clearly accidental and provoked, he was acquitted. To remove him from situations where his strength could cause further damage, his foster father sent him out to the wild country to tend the family cattle, far from civilization. He spent his youth growing into his enormous frame in the mountains, hunting lions and wolves, becoming the most formidable physical specimen in the Greek world. He returned to civilization a young man, married a princess of Thebes named Megara, fathered 3 children with her, and seemed for a brief time to be settling into a happy life. Hera, of course, was not finished. She struck at him in the cruelest way she could devise. She sent a fit of madness upon him in his own home, a divine frenzy that scrambled his vision and his reason. In that moment of madness, Heracles did not recognize his own family. He saw enemies instead. By the time the madness lifted and his sight returned to him, his wife and his 3 children lay dead by his own hand. He understood what he had done. He understood that he had not been in his right mind. But the understanding made the grief no easier. He left Thebes immediately and walked to the oracle at Delphi, where the priestess of Apollo received him as a man broken by what he had done. The oracle told him what penance was required. He was to travel to Mycenae and present himself to his cousin Eurystheus, the king who had stolen the throne that should have been his by birth. He was to serve Eurystheus for 12 years, performing whatever labours the king set him, no matter how dangerous or impossible. At the end of those years, if he survived, he would be cleansed of the blood he had shed in his madness, and the gods would grant him immortality. Heracles, who had no interest in his own life but who did still hold some faint hope of redemption, accepted the terms. He walked to Mycenae and presented himself at the throne of his cousin. Eurystheus was, to put it gently, not a courageous king. He was small, fearful, and deeply uncomfortable in the presence of a man who could break him in half with one hand. He found Heracles' arrival immensely stressful. Hera, who had been waiting for exactly this opportunity, whispered in his ear and suggested labours that no mortal could survive. Eurystheus, eager to be rid of his terrifying cousin permanently, accepted her suggestions enthusiastically. He decreed that Heracles would have to perform a set of impossible tasks, and that if any one of them killed him, his service would be ended in the most convenient way possible for everyone except, of course, Heracles. The first task was to bring back the skin of the Nemean lion. This was not an ordinary lion. It was the offspring of monstrous parents, related to the Chimera through a complicated family tree, and its hide was so tough that no arrow, sword, or spear could pierce it. It had been ravaging the countryside around the town of Nemea, devouring shepherds and livestock with cheerful efficiency. Heracles tracked it to its cave, tried his arrows first, watched them bounce off, then tried his club, which broke against the lion's hide without leaving a scratch. He realized he would have to fight the creature with his bare hands. He wrestled it. He pinned its head under one arm and choked it. The lion, surprised to find itself in a contest of pure strength against a creature it could not bite through, eventually died. Heracles then needed to skin the carcass, and discovered that his blades could not cut the hide any more than they could pierce it during the fight. He thought about the problem, then took one of the lion's own claws and used it as a knife to cut its own skin. From that day forward he wore the lion's skin as his cloak, the head as his helmet, and he became, in the visual imagination of every later artist, the recognizable figure in tawny fur with the great mouth of a beast framing his face. The second labour was the Hydra of Lerna, a serpent of multiple heads that lived in a swamp. Each of its heads spat poison, and the difficulty was not in fighting the creature but in killing it. Whenever a head was cut off, 2 more grew back in its place. Heracles tried hacking off heads. He found himself, after a few minutes of furious work, facing a Hydra with twice as many heads as it had started with. The situation was, by every metric, getting worse the harder he fought. He called his nephew Iolaus, who had come along to drive his chariot, and the 2 of them came up with a method. Heracles would cut off a head. Iolaus would immediately press a burning torch to the bleeding stump before new heads could sprout. The cauterized wounds could not regenerate. Working together, They took the Hydra apart one head at a time. The final head, which was immortal, Heracles buried under an enormous rock where it could not regrow but could not be killed either. Before leaving the swamp, he dipped his arrows in the Hydra's blood, which was so venomous that any wound from one of those arrows would be fatal. The arrows would become both his greatest weapon and eventually his own undoing. Eurystheus, when Heracles returned, disqualified this labour on the technicality that he had received help from Iolaus. Heracles, used to the king's nonsense by now, simply moved on to the next task. The third labour was the Erymanthian boar, a giant pig of legendary ferocity that lived on the slopes of Mount Erymanthus. Heracles was instructed to capture it alive. He spent weeks driving it from cover, chasing it through forests and across snowy slopes, until the great boar grew exhausted from being pursued through deep snow. He then leaped on its back, wrestled it into a net, and carried it back to Mycenae over his shoulder. Eurystheus, when he saw the live boar approaching the palace, was so frightened that he hid in a large bronze jar inside his throne room, peeking out from under the lid and shouting that Heracles should take the boar somewhere else immediately. The Greeks considered this episode unusually amusing, and later artists drew the cowardly king in his jar with great enthusiasm whenever they painted the 12 labours on pottery. The fourth labour was the Ceryneian hind, a deer with golden horns that was sacred to the goddess Artemis. Heracles was required to capture it without harming it. The hind was so swift that even Heracles, who could outrun most creatures, took a full year of patient pursuit to wear her down. At last he caught her at a riverbank and bound her gently with strong cord. As he was carrying her back, Artemis herself appeared and demanded to know why he was kidnapping her sacred animal. Heracles explained the situation. The goddess, after hearing the full account of his penance and his service, allowed him to take the hind to Mycenae on condition that he return her unharmed afterward, which he did. The fifth labour was the Augean stables, which is the labour everyone remembers as the one without any glamour. King Augeas of Elis owned an immense herd of cattle, thousands of head, who lived in enormous stables that had not been cleaned in many years. The smell, by all accounts, had become a regional problem. Eurystheus, hoping to humiliate his cousin by setting him a task fit for a peasant rather than a warrior, ordered him to clean the stables in a single day. Heracles, who never let the king see him irritated, agreed without comment. Instead of using shovels, he diverted 2 nearby rivers, the Alpheus and the Peneus, redirecting their channels so that they ran straight through the stables. The rushing water carried away years of accumulated waste in a single afternoon, leaving the stables clean and the surrounding fields unfortunately somewhat enriched. King Augeas, who had promised Heracles 1/10 of his cattle in payment, refused to pay once the work was done, claiming Heracles had been on official service for Eurystheus and was not entitled to a fee. Heracles eventually came back years later to settle that account, but by then he had other matters to attend to. The sixth labour was the Stymphalian birds, a flock of metal-feathered creatures with bronze beaks and claws that had taken over the marshes around Lake Stymphalia. They were too numerous to fight in open battle and too well protected by the deep marsh for any mortal to approach. Athena gave Heracles a pair of bronze rattles or castanets, designed by Hephaestus. Heracles climbed to the high ground around the marsh, shook the rattles, and produced a noise so loud and so unsettling that every bird in the flock burst up into the air at once. As they wheeled overhead in panic, he shot them down with his hydra-dipped arrows. The few survivors fled the country and never returned. The seventh labour was the Cretan bull, a magnificent white bull that had been sent by Poseidon to King Minos of Crete as a sign of divine favour. Minos had been supposed to sacrifice the bull back to the god, but the animal was so beautiful that he had quietly kept it for himself and sacrificed an ordinary bull instead. Poseidon, in revenge, had driven the bull mad and set it loose to ravage the island. Heracles sailed to Crete, hunted the bull across the countryside, wrestled it into submission, and brought it back to Greece. Eurystheus considered keeping it, then thought better of the idea, and the bull was released. It wandered north and eventually reached the plain of Marathon, where, many years later, it would be killed by a young hero named Theseus. The eighth labour was the mares of Diomedes, a king of Thrace who had owned 4 enormous horses with appetites that, by any reasonable standard, were inappropriate for animals. The mares were carnivores who fed exclusively on the flesh of unfortunate strangers their king captured for them. Diomedes ran what amounted to the world's worst dinner service. Heracles arrived, fought the king, fed the king to his own horses, which calmed them considerably once they had eaten their proper master, and led the now manageable mares back to Mycenae. The ninth labour sent him east, to the kingdom of the Amazons, the warrior women you may remember as Bellerophon's enemies. Their queen Hippolyta possessed a golden belt that had been given to her by her father Ares, and Eurystheus's daughter had taken a fancy to it. Heracles was instructed to obtain the belt. He arrived at the Amazon city expecting a battle, and was surprised when Queen Hippolyta, who had heard of his deeds and admired him, agreed to give him the belt without a fight. The transaction would have been peaceful if Hera had not, true to form, refused to let things go smoothly. The goddess disguised herself as an Amazon warrior and spread the rumour among the women that Heracles was actually planning to kidnap the queen. The Amazons attacked. Heracles, in the confusion, believed that Hippolyta had betrayed him and killed her, then fought his way out with the belt. The story is one of the sadder ones among the labours, since neither the queen nor the hero had wanted the violence that ended in her death. The 10th labour took him to the far western edge of the world to retrieve the cattle of a strange giant named Geryon. Geryon had 3 bodies joined at the waist, was guarded by a herdsman named Eurytion, and a 2-headed dog named Orthus, brother of the more famous Cerberus, and owned the most magnificent cattle in the world. Heracles travelled west across the Mediterranean, killing the dog and the herdsman, then taking down Geryon himself with a single arrow that passed through all 3 of his bodies. The journey was long, and Heracles, growing tired of the sun beating on him during the trip, actually shot an arrow at the sun in irritation. The sun god Helios, instead of being offended, was so impressed by the boldness that he lent Heracles his golden bowl, the great cup he used to travel back to the east each night, allowing the hero to sail the cattle home in style. Along the way, Heracles set up 2 great pillars at the western edge of the sea, at the strait that the Greeks called the limit of the known world. Those pillars stood for centuries, and the place itself was called the Pillars of Heracles, which modern maps know as Gibraltar. The 11th labour was the golden apples of the Hesperides. These were apples of pure gold that grew on a tree at the far western edge of the world, in a garden tended by the daughters of Atlas, the Titan still holding up the sky. Heracles did not know exactly where the garden was. He travelled, asked, fought a few minor sea creatures along the way, and eventually came to where Atlas himself stood beneath his eternal burden. Heracles offered to take the sky for him temporarily if Atlas would fetch the apples, since the daughters of the Titan would not refuse their father. Atlas, delighted at the chance to set down his load even briefly, agreed. He went, gathered the apples, and returned. At which point Atlas, finally tasting freedom after countless ages, told Heracles he had changed his mind and would not be taking the sky back. He would simply walk away, leave Heracles holding it, and go enjoy his liberty. Heracles, recognizing he had been outmaneuvered, pretended to agree but asked Atlas to take the sky back just for a moment so that he could put a pad on his shoulders to make the burden more comfortable. Atlas, who was, in fairness, not the brightest of Titans, accepted the sky back to allow this minor adjustment. Heracles immediately picked up the apples and walked away, calling thanks over his shoulder as he went. Atlas was left holding the sky once more, this time, presumably, in a worse mood than before. The 12th and final labour was the most dangerous. Heracles was sent to the Underworld itself, to bring up Cerberus, the 3-headed watchdog of the dead, alive and unharmed. He had to descend through the gates of the Underworld, cross the rivers, pass through the various judgment fields, and present himself at the throne of Hades. Hades, surprisingly, agreed to let him borrow the dog on one condition. He was to capture Cerberus using only his bare hands. With no weapons of any kind, Heracles agreed, found the dog, and after a long wrestling match in which all 3 heads bit him repeatedly without serious effect, hauled the dog out of the underworld by its collar. He carried Cerberus up to Mycenae, where Eurystheus took one look at the 3-headed monster and dove back into his bronze jar. The dog was returned to Hades immediately afterward, none the worse for his brief vacation in the daylight. With that final labour completed, Heracles was free. The 12 years of service ended. He had survived everything Eurystheus and Hera could throw at him. He was no longer simply a powerful man. He had become, in the imagination of every Greek who would ever live, the standard of physical heroism. There was almost no later mortal hero whose deeds were not compared against his and found wanting. He went on, in the years that followed his service, to participate in many other adventures, including the voyage of the Argonauts and the war against Troy that came before the more famous war of the same city. But these were footnotes compared to the main accomplishment of his life. He had won immortality. The gods had promised it. They would have to deliver. His death, when it came, was not in battle. It came through a long-ago act of jealousy that had not seemed important at the time. Heracles, in his later years, had taken a new wife named Deianira after the death of Megara. He had been ferrying her across a river one day when a centaur named Nessus offered to carry her across on his back. Heracles, trusting the centaur, allowed it, and then watched in fury as Nessus tried to ride off with Deianira on the other bank. Heracles shot Nessus with one of his hydra venom arrows. The centaur, dying, told Deianira to gather some of his blood and keep it as a love charm, claiming that if Heracles ever stopped loving her, a robe smeared with his blood would restore his affection. Deianira, who had no reason to suspect a dying enemy would lie, kept the blood. Years later, when she suspected Heracles of being in love with another woman, she sent him a robe she had soaked in the centaur's blood. The blood, of course, was poisoned with hydra venom. The moment the robe touched Heracles' skin, it began to burn. He could not tear it off. The fabric clung to him, dissolving into his flesh, while the venom worked its way deep into his bones. In agony beyond anything he had ever felt, the strongest man in the world finally met the limits of what even his strength could endure. He built his own funeral pyre on the slopes of Mount Olympus, climbed onto it, and called for a friend to set it alight. His friend Philoctetes, in exchange for the gift of Heracles' great bow and the poisoned arrows, did so. As the flames rose, the mortal body of Heracles burned away, and his immortal portion rose into the sky. Zeus welcomed him onto Olympus. Hera, after this long-delayed reconciliation, finally accepted him as well, even giving him her daughter Hebe, the goddess of youth, as his immortal bride. The mortal who had been most relentlessly persecuted by the queen of the gods ended his story as her son-in-law, which was either the perfect happy ending or one of the more uncomfortable family reunions in the divine record. Even as Heracles was working his way through the labours, other heroes were rising to meet their own destinies, and one of the great gatherings of the heroic age was being prepared. In the kingdom of Iolcus on the northern coast, a young prince named Jason was returning to claim his rightful throne. His uncle Peleus had usurped it from his father years earlier, and Jason, raised in secret by the wise centaur Chiron, had grown into a clever and capable young man. He walked into Iolcus a stranger, having lost one of his sandals while crossing a river on his way into the city. Peleus, recognizing the prince he had displaced, also remembered an old prophecy that warned him to beware a man arriving with only one sandal. Realizing he could not openly kill his nephew without uniting the kingdom against him, Peleus decided to send Jason on a quest he expected him not to survive. He demanded that Jason bring back the golden fleece, the hide of a magical winged ram that hung in a sacred grove in the distant kingdom of Colchis, on the far side of the Black Sea. Jason accepted the challenge. He commissioned the construction of a great ship, the first longship the Greeks had ever built, designed by a master shipwright named Argus. The ship was named the Argo after her builder, and her crew became known as the Argonauts. Jason then sent invitations to every hero of his generation, calling them to join the expedition. The crew that gathered was the most impressive single assembly of heroes ever to walk a single deck. Heracles came, between his earlier labours. The musician Orpheus, whose lyre could calm waves and quiet monsters, joined as well. The twin brothers Castor and Pollux, the Dioscuri, sons of Zeus by the Queen of Sparta, brought their famous skills with horses and boxing. The huntress Atalanta, raised by bears and faster than any man, signed on despite the crew's initial reluctance to sail with a woman. Peleus, who would later father the great Achilles, took his place at an oar. The seer Mopsus came along to interpret omens. Various other heroes whose names filled the later registers of the expedition all came together, until the Argo carried something like 50 of the finest mortals alive on a single mission. Their journey to Colchis was an adventure in itself, full of strange encounters that need not all be retold here. They stopped at the island of Lemnos, where they were nearly held captive by a community of women who had killed all their husbands the previous year and were now lonely. They passed the Symplegades, a pair of clashing rocks that smashed together to crush any ship trying to pass between them. The Argo, guided by a clever trick involving a sacrificial dove, slipped through during the brief moment between collisions. They encountered the prophet Phineus, who was being tormented by harpies, foul-winged creatures that snatched his food away whenever he tried to eat. The Argonauts drove the harpies off, and Phineus, in gratitude, told them how to navigate the dangerous waters ahead. They reached Colchis at last, dropped anchor, and presented their request to King Aeetes, who ruled the kingdom and whose grandfather had been the sun god Helios himself. Aeetes was not pleased. The fleece was his treasure, the divine gift around which his royal authority was built. He had no intention of giving it up to a stranger. He told Jason he could have the fleece, but only after completing certain tasks. He would have to yoke a pair of fire-breathing bulls and plough a field with them. He would have to sow that field with the teeth of a dragon, harvest the warrior crop that sprang up, and defeat it single-handed. Then he would have to face the giant serpent that guarded the fleece itself. The tasks were, as such tasks always were, designed to be impossible. Jason would not have survived them on his own. He was saved by the unexpected love of the king's own daughter, Medea, who was a priestess of Hecate, the goddess of magic and crossroads, and who had skills that were more than mortal. The goddess Aphrodite, working through her son Eros, had pierced Medea with an arrow the moment Jason landed in Colchis, and she had fallen instantly in love. She came to him in secret. She gave him an ointment that would protect him from fire and weapons. She told him how to handle the dragon teeth warriors. She came with him to the sacred grove and put the great serpent guarding the fleece to sleep with a song of her own composition. Jason yoked the bulls. He ploughed the field. He sowed the teeth, and, when the armed warriors rose from the earth as they once had at the founding of Thebes, he threw a stone among them and watched them turn on each other in confusion, just as Cadmus had taught the technique long before. He took the fleece from its tree. He carried it back to his ship with Medea at his side. The two of them fled together, with the Argonauts rowing for their lives as Oetes pursued them. The flight from Colchis was, by every measure, a darker chapter than the voyage out had been. To delay their pursuers, Medea, in some accounts, killed her own younger brother Absyrtus and scattered his body parts across the sea behind the Argo, knowing her father would have to stop to gather them for proper burial. The act bought the Argonauts the time they needed, but it stained Medea and Jason with a curse that would not let them rest. They wandered the Mediterranean for many months, stopping for ritual purification at various sites, before finally reaching Iolcus and presenting the fleece to King Peleus. Peleus, who had counted on Jason's death, was not happy to see him alive. He refused to honour his promise to step down from the throne. Medea, who had not crossed an ocean and committed terrible deeds only to be cheated of her husband's birthright, took matters into her own hands. She approached the daughters of Peleus and demonstrated, with a sleight of hand and a touch of her magic, the apparent ability to restore old age to youth. She cut up an old ram, boiled the pieces in a pot with certain herbs, and produced a young lamb that ran away bleating. The daughters of Peleus, eager to give their aging father the same gift, listened to her instructions. She told them to cut up the old king and put the pieces in the boiling pot. They did. Medea, of course, withheld the actual herbs of restoration. Peleus died, exactly as she had planned, and at the hands of his own daughters, who had only meant to help him. The horror of the deed turned the people of Iolcus against Jason, despite his innocence of the actual scheme, and he and Medea were forced into exile. They wandered to Corinth, where they settled for a time and had children. The end of their story was tragic by any standard. Jason, growing tired of his foreign sorceress wife and wanting to consolidate his political position, arranged to marry a Corinthian princess instead, planning to set Medea aside. Medea, who had given up everything for him, including her family, her country, and her own moral standing, did not take this well. She sent the new bride a beautiful robe as a wedding gift. The robe, when worn, burst into flame, killing the princess and her father who tried to save her. Then Medea, in the climax of her vengeance, killed her own two sons by Jason, partly to deny him heirs and partly because she could not bear to leave them in the household of the man who had betrayed her. She fled Corinth in a chariot drawn by dragons, sent to her by her grandfather the sun god, leaving Jason to mourn alone in the ruins of his ambitions. He never recovered. He wandered Greece, dishonoured, until he came at last to the rotting hulk of the Argo, drawn up on a beach where it had been abandoned. He sat down beneath its great prow to rest in its shadow. The prow, weakened by years of decay, broke loose and fell, killing him on the spot. The hero who had led the most celebrated expedition of his age died beneath the ruins of his own ship, alone, with no companion to witness his end. While Jason's story was unfolding, the city of Athens was producing its own great hero in a young man named Theseus. He was the son of King Aegeus of Athens by a princess of Troezen, and his early life followed a familiar pattern. He was raised in his mother's household, came of age, found the sword and sandals his father had left hidden under a great rock as a token of recognition, and made his way to Athens to claim his inheritance. He completed several adventures along the road, defeating a string of murderous bandits, each of whom had a signature gimmick. There was Procrustes, who had a bed, and forced his guests to fit it, stretching them if they were too short and cutting them down if they were too long. There was Siren, who made travellers wash his feet at the edge of a cliff and then kicked them off into the sea. Theseus dealt with each of them in their own style, leaving the road from Troezen considerably safer than he had found it. When he reached Athens, he found a city in distress. Every year for the past several years, Athens had been forced to send a tribute of 7 young men and 7 young women to King Minos of Crete, who fed them to a monster called the Minotaur. The Minotaur was the bull-headed son of Minos' queen, and the same Cretan bull that Hercules had once captured, the result of a long and complicated divine curse that had been visited on the royal house of Crete. The creature lived inside the labyrinth, a vast underground maze designed by the master craftsman Daedalus, who had been hired by Minos and then trapped in his own creation to prevent him from sharing its secrets. The young Athenians sent each year wandered through the maze, unable to find their way out, until the Minotaur, hunting by smell and sound, found them. Theseus volunteered to be one of the 7 young men in the next tribute. His father Aegeus begged him not to go, but Theseus insisted. He told his father that if he succeeded, he would change the black sails of the tribute ship to white sails for the return voyage. His father could watch for the ship's return and know, at a glance, whether his son was alive. Theseus then sailed for Crete with the rest of the tribute. When he arrived, the Princess Ariadne, daughter of King Minos, fell in love with him. She slipped him a ball of thread before he entered the labyrinth, telling him to tie one end to the entrance and unspool the ball as he walked. The thread would mark his path back. Theseus took the thread, found the Minotaur deep in the maze, killed it after a brief fight, and followed the thread back to the entrance. He gathered the other Athenian youths, who were still alive and waiting, and they escaped Crete by sea with Ariadne accompanying them. The story takes a strange turn on the journey home. Theseus, for reasons the ancient sources never fully explained, abandoned Ariadne on the island of Naxos while she was sleeping. Some versions said the god Dionysus appeared to him and demanded the princess for his own bride since the god had fallen in love with her. Other versions said Theseus simply changed his mind about marrying her and chose the cold path of leaving without explanation. Whatever the reason, Ariadne woke alone on the beach to find the ship gone, and Theseus continued home without her. Dionysus did eventually come to her on the island, and she became his immortal bride, which softened the cruelty of the abandonment, but the moral stain on Theseus remained. He had succeeded in his mission, but he had betrayed the woman who had made the success possible. Then, in his preoccupation with what he had done, he forgot the final detail his father had asked of him. He neglected to change the sails. The tribute ship approached Athens with its black sails still raised, exactly as it had departed. King Aegeus, watching from a high cliff over the sea, saw the black sails and assumed the worst. He believed his son was dead. In his grief he flung himself from the cliff into the sea below. The sea, from that day forward, carried his name, the Aegean. Theseus came home a successful hero, and discovered immediately that his triumph had cost him his father, and that the kingdom he had set out to defend was now his to rule, because he had failed at the last small task. He took the throne, mourned his father, and went on to be a great king of Athens. But the bittersweet shape of his return defined his life as much as the killing of the Minotaur. Every Greek hero, the stories seem to be saying, paid a price for his glory. Daedalus, the trapped craftsman, had his own escape from Crete. After Theseus' flight, King Minos suspected that Daedalus had helped the princess and the Athenian. The king imprisoned the craftsman and his young son Icarus in a high tower of the palace, certain that no one could escape from such a place by sea since the harbour was watched. Daedalus, however, was the cleverest engineer of his age. He gathered feathers, the kind that fell into the courtyard from passing birds, and shaped them with wax and thread into 2 pairs of wings. He fitted 1 pair to himself and 1 to his son. He warned Icarus carefully. "Do not fly too low," he said, "because the sea spray will soak the feathers. Do not fly too high, because the sun will melt the wax. Stay in the middle, between the sea and the sun." The 2 of them launched themselves from the tower and flew out across the Mediterranean. For a time the flight went well. They passed several islands. They moved like distant birds over the water, watched in astonishment by the few fishermen below who happened to look up. But Icarus, young and dazzled by the wonder of flight, forgot his father's warning. He climbed higher. He climbed higher still. He rose until the sun was burning hot on his back, and the wax that held his feathers began to soften. Single feathers slipped free and drifted down. Then more. Then his wings collapsed entirely. Icarus fell out of the sky, calling for his father, and struck the sea between 2 islands. The water closed over him before Daedalus could turn back. The craftsman flew on alone, mourning, until he reached the safety of Sicily. The patch of sea where Icarus had drowned was called the Icarian Sea afterward, and the lesson of his fall, that ambition unmoored from caution leads to disaster, would become one of the most repeated cautions in every later century. The heroic age had 1 more great gathering left before it began to decline. In the kingdom of Calydon, a king named Oeneus had forgotten to make the proper sacrifice to Artemis at the harvest festival one year. The goddess, who never forgot a missed offering, sent a monstrous boar into the kingdom to ravage the countryside. The Caledonian boar was enormous, the size of a small house, with tusks like swords and a temper to match. King Oeneus sent out a call to every hero in Greece. He offered the hide and the tusks of the boar as a reward to whoever struck the killing blow. The greatest names of the generation answered the call. Theseus came, Jason came, the twin brothers Castor and Pollux came, Atalanta the huntress came again, Peleus, the future father of Achilles, came. Meleager, the king's own son, took command of the hunt as the host. The boar was tracked into the deep forest. The hunters surrounded it. The fight was brutal, and several heroes were killed by the boar's sudden charges. The decisive wound, however, was struck by Atalanta, whose arrow drew the first significant blood and weakened the beast for the final kill. Meleager, who had fallen in love with Atalanta during the long preparation for the hunt, killed the boar after her wound had brought it down. He then declared that the prize should go to Atalanta, since she had drawn first blood. His uncles, who had not approved of his interest in the huntress, were furious. They claimed the prize themselves on the grounds that no woman could be honoured above the men present. Meleager, defending his decision, and Atalanta fought his own uncles and killed them in the quarrel. His mother Althea, when she heard that her son had killed her brothers, was torn between grief and fury. Long ago, when Meleager was an infant, the Fates had visited his cradle and prophesied that the child would live only as long as a particular brand of wood in the hearth remained unburned. Althea had snatched the brand from the fire, doused it, and hidden it away to protect her son. Now, in her grief and rage, she retrieved the brand from its hiding place and threw it back into the fire. As the wood burned, Meleager, miles away, began to feel his strength fading. He grew pale. He could not breathe. As the brand turned to ash, he died. His mother, recognizing what she had done in her anger, took her own life moments later. The hunt that had gathered the heroes of Greece in one final great venture ended in betrayal, in fratricide, in the cruelty of fate, and in the kind of family tragedy that ran through every chapter of the mythology like a dark thread. The heroic age, even at its most magnificent, could not stop turning into something darker before it ended. And the next great gathering of these same heroes, or of their sons and grandsons, would be the largest of them all. They would gather for a war that would consume them and bring the heroic age itself to a close. The final great war of the heroic age, the one that gathered the surviving sons and grandsons of every hero so far named, began with something almost embarrassingly small. A piece of fruit, a wedding invitation, a vanity contest. The kind of incident that, told in isolation, would sound like the plot of a domestic comedy. But the consequences of that small beginning would unfold over 10 years of warfare, would consume nearly every notable hero of the generation, and would end the heroic age itself in fire and ash. It started at a wedding. The mortal hero Peleus, one of the Argonauts you have already met, was being given an unusual honour. The gods had decided that Peleus should marry a sea goddess named Thetis. The reason was a quiet prophecy that Zeus and Poseidon had both heard whispered separately by different sources. Thetis, whichever god or mortal she married, would bear a son who would grow up to be greater than his father. Zeus and Poseidon, both of whom had considered pursuing her, took one look at that prophecy, traded an uneasy glance, and unanimously decided that Thetis should marry someone mortal. Anyone mortal, really. The risk of producing a child greater than the king of the gods was a risk neither brother was willing to take. Peleus drew the short straw, or rather the long one, and he was given the sea goddess as his bride. The wedding was a divine event. Every Olympian was invited. Every Titan still in good standing was invited. Every minor sea god, nymph, river spirit and lesser power received a courteous invitation engraved on whatever the divine equivalent of fine paper was. There was, however, one omission. The goddess Eris, who personified strife and discord, was not invited. The reason was simple enough. Eris had a habit of starting fights wherever she went, and the bride and groom wanted a peaceful wedding. Eris, when she discovered she'd been left off the guest list, took the slight personally, as she took everything personally, and decided to attend in her own way. She did not crash the party in the conventional sense. She showed up briefly at the door, threw a single object into the middle of the reception hall and left. The object was a golden apple, beautiful and gleaming, with an inscription engraved into its surface that read, "For the fairest." Then she was gone. 3 goddesses immediately stepped forward to claim it. Hera, queen of Olympus and wife of Zeus, considered herself obviously the fairest, since she was the highest-ranking female deity present. Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, daughter of Zeus, considered the apple hers by right of her own beauty and her father's preference for her. Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty herself, considered the question almost insulting. The apple, she said, had her name written on it in everything but ink. The 3 goddesses began to argue. The argument grew. Other guests took sides. The wedding, which had been so carefully planned to avoid exactly this kind of incident, was now hosting a fully developed dispute over which goddess was the most beautiful, and no one present had any idea how to settle it without making mortal enemies of the 2 losing parties. Zeus, who happened to be standing nearby and was asked to judge, immediately refused. He recognized the trap. To choose any one of the 3 would mean alienating the other 2 permanently, and one of the 2 losers would be his own wife. He had been married to Hera long enough to know that being asked to declare another woman more beautiful than her in front of an entire wedding reception was a position no husband should ever accept. He passed the buck. He suggested that the matter be referred to an impartial outside judge. Specifically, he suggested a mortal. A particular mortal, in fact, who lived on the slopes of Mount Ida outside the city of Troy. A young shepherd named Paris, known for his good looks and his quiet judgment, who had, conveniently for Zeus, no political alliances with anyone on Olympus. Paris was not actually a shepherd by birth. He was a prince of Troy, the second son of King Priam and Queen Hecuba. When his mother had been pregnant with him, she had dreamed of giving birth to a flaming torch that burned the city to the ground. The seers had interpreted this dream to mean that the infant would one day bring about Troy's destruction. King Priam, faced with the choice of killing his own child or letting the prophecy run its course, took a middle path. He gave the infant to a shepherd with instructions to expose him on the mountainside. The shepherd, as shepherds in mythology so often did, could not bring himself to abandon the baby and raised him instead as his own son. Paris had grown up beautiful, strong, and entirely unaware of his royal blood. The 3 goddesses and Hermes, who came along as a guide, descended onto the mountain where Paris was tending his flock. The young shepherd looked up, saw 3 of the most beautiful beings in the cosmos standing in his pasture, and reasonably concluded that something out of the ordinary was happening. Hermes explained the situation. Paris was to judge which of the 3 goddesses was the fairest, and award the golden apple accordingly. Paris, with the politeness of a young man who recognized he was in over his head, agreed. Each of the 3 goddesses then approached him in turn and made her case. Hera offered him power. If he chose her, she said, she would make him king of all Asia, ruler of vast lands and countless subjects. Athena offered him wisdom and victory in war. If he chose her, she promised, he would be unbeatable in every battle, the greatest general the world had ever known. Aphrodite offered something more specific. If he chose her, she would arrange for him to marry the most beautiful mortal woman alive. She did not specify who this woman was, or whether the woman was currently available. She simply promised the result. Paris, being approximately 20 years old and not yet entirely focused on long-term planning, chose Aphrodite. The other two goddesses smiled the kind of polite smile that means a permanent grudge has just been registered, and they departed. From that moment forward, Hera and Athena hated Paris, and by extension the city of Troy that he came from. Aphrodite, satisfied, kept her promise. She informed Paris that the most beautiful mortal woman alive was named Helen, that she was queen of Sparta and wife of King Menelaus, and that she would help him acquire her regardless of the inconvenient detail of her existing marriage. Paris, by this point, had already discovered his true parentage. He had been recognized by his royal family during an athletic competition in Troy, where he had defeated his own brothers without realizing they were his brothers, and his birth mother had identified him by certain marks left from his exposure on the mountain. Priam, perhaps unwisely ignoring the original prophecy that had warned him about exactly this kind of son, took the young man back into the palace as his prince. Paris was now in a position to travel. He sailed to Sparta on an official visit, intending to honor his hosts and present formal greetings between the two royal houses. Menelaus welcomed him as an honored guest, gave him lodging in the palace, and introduced him to his wife Helen. Helen was, as advertised, the most beautiful woman alive. She was also a daughter of Zeus, who had visited her mother Leda in the form of a swan many years earlier. Her birth had been the subject of one of the more unusual royal announcements in Sparta, since Leda had laid eggs rather than experiencing a conventional delivery. From two of those eggs had come Helen and her sister Clytemnestra, and from the other two had come the twin brothers Castor and Pollux, the Dioscuri. Helen had grown up admired by every prince in Greece. Her father Tyndareus, the mortal king of Sparta, had been so worried about the prospect of war between her suitors that he had required all of them to swear an oath. Whichever suitor she finally chose, the others would swear to defend that marriage against any threat. Every prince of any standing had taken the oath. Helen had then chosen Menelaus, and the marriage had been celebrated, and the kingdom of Sparta had passed to him through her bloodline. Paris, walking into this household, knew the oath. He knew that Helen was married. He knew that taking her would mean war. But Aphrodite had promised, and Aphrodite delivered. With the goddess working on Helen's heart, the queen of Sparta fell deeply in love with her young guest. Menelaus, conveniently for the plot, was called away to Crete for a funeral. While he was gone, Paris and Helen gathered up a substantial amount of Spartan treasure and slipped away on Paris's ship. By the time Menelaus returned home, his wife was gone, his palace had been looted, and his guest had betrayed every sacred law of hospitality the Greeks held dear. He sent messengers to every king who had sworn the oath. He called in every promise. The Greeks gathered. The expedition that assembled at the port of Aulis, on the coast of central Greece, was the largest single military gathering the heroic age had ever produced. Hundreds of ships, tens of thousands of warriors. Nearly every great hero of the generation was present. Agamemnon, Menelaus's older brother and the most powerful king in Greece, took overall command since he ruled Mycenae and held more men under arms than anyone else. Achilles came, the young hero from Phthia, son of Peleus, and the sea goddess Thetis, whose wedding had started this whole mess. He had been raised by the same wise centaur Chiron who had raised Jason, and he was, by every measure, the greatest warrior of his generation, predicted to surpass even his father, exactly as the prophecy had warned. Odysseus came, king of the small rocky island of Ithaca, who was perhaps not the strongest but was certainly the cleverest of the assembled heroes. Diomedes came, son of one of the kings who had fought at Thebes a generation earlier. Ajax came, an enormous man known simply as the Greater Ajax to distinguish him from a smaller hero of the same name. Nestor, the oldest king present, brought the wisdom of long experience. Philoctetes, who had inherited the great bow of Hercules and the poisoned arrows that came with it, joined the expedition as well. Hundreds of other lesser-known heroes filled out the ranks. The fleet, however, could not sail. The winds at Aulis refused to cooperate. Day after day the ships sat in harbour while the captains waited for favourable weather. After many weeks, the seer Calchas was consulted. He delivered news that the assembled commanders did not want to hear. The goddess Artemis had been offended by Agamemnon. He had, at some point in the past, killed a sacred deer of hers and boasted about his hunting skill in a way she had not forgotten. To restore favourable winds, she required a sacrifice. Specifically, she required Agamemnon to sacrifice his own daughter Iphigenia. The decision Agamemnon faced was one of the cruelest in the entire mythology. To sail without the wind would be impossible. To refuse the sacrifice would mean disbanding the army and abandoning his brother's honour. To agree to the sacrifice would mean murdering his own child. Agamemnon, after a long agony of indecision, chose his army. He sent for his daughter under the pretext that she was to be married to Achilles, who knew nothing of the deception. Iphigenia came joyfully, dressed for a wedding. The truth was revealed only when she stood at the altar. In some versions of the story, she was sacrificed in full as her father had ordered, and the winds rose immediately. In other, gentler versions, Artemis took pity at the last moment, substituted a deer in her place, and carried Iphigenia away to serve as a priestess in a distant land. Either way the winds came, the fleet sailed, and Clytemnestra, Agamemnon's wife back in Mycenae, learned what had been done to her daughter in her name. She did not forget. She did not forgive. She would wait, with the patience of a woman with nothing left to lose, for her husband to come home. The Greeks reached Troy after a long voyage that included its own minor adventures, several wrong landings, and a number of small wars with cities along the way. When they finally arrived at the plain in front of Troy, they found a city far stronger than they had been led to expect. Troy had massive walls, built in part by Poseidon and Apollo during their year of mortal service long ago. The walls had a few weak spots since the gods had not built every section themselves, but the city was held by King Priam, his 50 sons, and a substantial army drawn from his many allies across Asia Minor. Hector, Priam's eldest son and the brother of Paris, was the greatest warrior of Troy, and he led the defence with skill and courage. The Greeks, even with all their numbers, could not breach the walls. They besieged the city instead, for 9 years. 9 years of siege is not the dramatic warfare that the stories tend to emphasize. It was, by most accounts, a long grind of raids, small battles, occasional truces, and the slow grinding of an army's morale against the steady refusal of a city to fall. The Greeks raided the surrounding kingdoms for supplies. They fought Trojan allies in pitched battles on the plain. They sacked smaller cities to keep themselves fed. But Troy itself stood. The famous events of the war, the ones the poets sang about for the next 3,000 years, mostly took place in a single concentrated stretch toward the end of the 10th year. The trigger was a quarrel within the Greek camp. Agamemnon had taken a captive woman named Briseis as his personal prize, then given her up to appease her father, a priest of Apollo whose god had begun killing the Greeks with plague arrows. To replace his lost prize, Agamemnon claimed a different captive woman named Chryseis, who happened to be the prize of Achilles. Achilles, who had earned the woman in fair combat and felt the loss as a deep public insult, refused to fight any longer. He withdrew from the war entirely, retired to his tent with his close companion Patroclus, and sulked in the most spectacularly destructive fashion the world has ever seen. The Greeks immediately began to lose. Without Achilles on the battlefield, the Trojans drove the besiegers back to their ships. Hector led charges that broke through the Greek lines. The army began to wonder whether they would all die on this foreign shore for a war they had not personally chosen. Patroclus, watching his friend's stubbornness and the death of so many Greeks who could not match Hector in battle, finally begged Achilles to either return to the fighting or at least to lend him his own armour so that Patroclus could pretend to be Achilles and frighten the Trojans into retreat. Achilles reluctantly agreed to the second. Patroclus put on the famous armour of Achilles, took his shield, took his horses, and rode out at the head of the Myrmidons, the elite warriors Achilles commanded. The trick worked at first. The Trojans, seeing what they thought was Achilles returning to battle, panicked and pulled back. Patroclus pressed his advantage too far. He pursued the Trojans all the way to the walls of the city, where he met Hector face to face. Hector, with the help of Apollo, who struck Patroclus from behind and knocked off his borrowed helmet, killed him in single combat. He stripped the armour of Achilles from the body and put it on himself. The Greeks recovered the corpse only with great difficulty. When news of Patroclus's death reached Achilles, he went through a grief and rage so complete that all the petty politics of the quarrel with Agamemnon evaporated in moments. He had loved Patroclus more than anyone in the world. He demanded new armour immediately. His mother Thetis went to Hephaestus, who forged for Achilles in a single night the most magnificent armour ever made for a mortal, including a great shield engraved with the entire cosmos in miniature. Achilles put on the new armour, rode out the next morning and went looking for Hector. What followed was the most famous duel in all of mythology. The two greatest warriors of their respective sides met on the plain in front of Troy. Hector, who had killed Patroclus, knew he could not match Achilles in his current state of grief and fury, but his honour would not let him retreat into the city. He stood his ground. They fought. Achilles drove a spear through the one gap in Hector's stolen armour, the very armour Hector had taken from Patroclus, which Achilles knew the weaknesses of intimately. Hector died at his feet. Achilles, his rage still not satisfied, tied the body to the back of his chariot and dragged it around the walls of Troy in full view of King Priam, Queen Hecuba, and Hector's wife Andromache. He did this for several days. The Greek army was horrified. The gods themselves were horrified. Eventually King Priam himself crossed the lines in secret, came alone to Achilles' tent, knelt before him, and begged for the body of his son. Achilles, looking at the broken old king, was moved at last. He gave the body back. The two of them ate a meal together in the tent, two enemies sharing food in shared grief. Hector received a proper funeral inside Troy, and Achilles, who had known from his childhood that he would die soon after Hector did, prepared himself for his own end. His end came not long afterward. Paris, the same young prince whose choice of Aphrodite had started the war, shot an arrow that, guided by Apollo, struck Achilles in the heel. His heel was the only vulnerable part of his body. When his mother Thetis had been an infant, she had dipped him into the river Styx to make him invulnerable, holding him by the heel. The water had touched every part of him except the place where her fingers had been. Paris's arrow found that single spot. Achilles fell. The greatest warrior of the heroic age was dead, killed not by a hero in single combat, but by a glancing shot from a young man no one considered particularly dangerous. The war continued. Various smaller heroes had their moments. Ajax, mad with grief over not receiving Achilles' armour after his death, killed himself in shame after slaughtering a herd of sheep he had mistaken for enemies. The arrows of Hercules brought by Philoctetes finally killed Paris. Several more heroes from both sides fell, but the city still held, the wall still stood. The Greeks had no clear path to victory. The breakthrough came from the cleverness of Odysseus. He proposed a stratagem so audacious that the other Greek commanders almost laughed at it before realizing it might actually work. The army would build an enormous wooden horse, hollow inside, large enough to conceal a handful of elite warriors. They would leave the horse on the beach in front of Troy as an apparent peace offering, abandoned by a retreating army. They would burn their camp and sail away in their ships, hiding behind a nearby island to wait for nightfall. The Trojans, seeing the empty beach and the great wooden horse, would presumably bring it inside their city as a trophy, and then, in the dark, the hidden warriors would emerge, open the gates, and let the rest of the Greek army back in. The plan worked, with one detail that almost ruined it. The Trojans, finding the horse and the abandoned camp, fell into argument about what to do with it. The priest Laocoon warned them not to bring it inside, saying he feared Greeks even when they bore gifts. He was answered by sea serpents that rose from the water and killed him and his sons in front of the city walls, which the Trojans interpreted incorrectly as a divine sign that they should bring the horse inside. They also questioned a captured Greek named Sinon, who had been left behind as bait. Sinon told them, with extraordinary skill, that the horse was an offering to Athena, and that bringing it inside the city would make Troy unconquerable forever. The Trojans, persuaded, broke down a section of their own wall to wheel the great horse inside. They celebrated their victory with feasts and wine until late into the night. When the city slept, Odysseus and his hidden warriors slipped out of the wooden horse, killed the guards at the main gates and opened them. The Greek army, which had returned in the dark to wait outside the walls, poured into the sleeping city. The slaughter that followed was complete and terrible. Troy, which had stood for 10 years against the largest army the heroic age had ever assembled, fell in a single night to a trick that fit inside a wooden box. King Priam was killed at his own household altar. Hector's young son was thrown from the city walls. The royal women, including Hecuba and Andromache and Hector's surviving sister Cassandra, were divided among the Greek commanders as captives. Helen, the cause of it all, was reunited with her husband Menelaus, who had intended to kill her, but taking one look at her face, immediately changed his mind. The city was burned. The walls were thrown down. The age of Troy ended that night. But the Greeks did not enjoy a clean victory. The gods, who had been displeased by various Greek violations of sacred space during the sack of the city, ensured that the return voyages would be long and bitter. Several of the kings drowned at sea, several were killed by their own families upon their return. Agamemnon arrived home to Mycenae and walked into his palace, where his wife Clytemnestra, who had been waiting 10 years for exactly this moment, welcomed him with great ceremony and then murdered him in his bath. She had not forgiven him for Iphigenia. She had not forgiven him for the years of waiting. She had taken a lover during his absence and intended to rule with him. The vengeance she had been planning came down on her husband on the very evening of his return. The longest and most famous homecoming, however, belonged to Odysseus. The clever king of Ithaca, who had devised the wooden horse, had also angered Poseidon during the sack of Troy, and his journey home, which should have taken weeks, would take 10 years. Long enough to match the duration of the war itself. His troubles began almost immediately. He landed on the island of the Cyclopes, who you may remember from much earlier as one of the elder races created by Gaia and Uranus, although the particular Cyclops he met was one of the wild descendants of that line, a giant one-eyed shepherd named Polyphemus. Polyphemus trapped Odysseus and several of his men in his cave, eating 2 at a time. Odysseus, thinking quickly, told the giant that his name was Nobody. He then got the Cyclops drunk on strong wine, waited for him to fall asleep, heated a great wooden stake in the fire, and drove it into the giant's single eye. The Cyclops, screaming, called for help. His fellow Cyclops, hearing him shout, called from outside the cave to ask who was attacking him. Nobody, he answered. Nobody is attacking me. His fellow Cyclops, reasonably concluding that nothing was wrong, went back to bed. Odysseus and his surviving men escaped the cave by clinging to the bellies of Polyphemus's sheep, when the blinded giant let his flock out to pasture in the morning. As they sailed away, however, Odysseus could not resist taunting Polyphemus from the safety of his ship and shouting his real name in triumph. The Cyclops, who happened to be the son of Poseidon, immediately prayed to his father for revenge. Poseidon, who had not previously been involved in Odysseus's troubles, became his enemy from that moment on, and made the journey home as miserable as a god of the sea can make a sea voyage for a sailor. What followed was a long string of strange encounters that the poet Homer would gather into one of the most famous works of literature in any tradition. There was the floating island of Aeolus, the god of winds, who gave Odysseus a bag containing all the winds except the one that would push him home. His curious crew opened the bag while he slept, releasing the winds and blowing them all back across the sea to where they started. There was the island of the Lotus Eaters, where his men ate a fruit that made them forget their home and want only to stay forever, and Odysseus had to drag them back to the ship by force. There was the witch Circe, who turned a portion of his crew into pigs before being charmed and persuaded by Odysseus, with the help of Hermes and a magical herb called moly, to turn them back and become their host for a year. It was Circe who told Odysseus he would need to consult the dead before he could reach home. He sailed to the edge of the world, dug a small pit, poured offerings, and summoned the souls of the departed. He spoke with his mother, who had died of grief during his absence and whom he had not known was gone. He spoke with the souls of Agamemnon and Achilles. Achilles, who in life had said he would rather die young in glory than live long in obscurity, now told Odysseus that he would rather be a living slave on earth than king of all the dead, which was perhaps the most surprising lesson the underworld had to offer. He spoke with the blind prophet Tiresias, who gave him the warnings he needed for the rest of the journey. He passed the island of the Sirens, whose song lured sailors onto the rocks. Forewarned, he stopped the ears of his crew with wax, had himself tied to the mast and listened to the song without being able to follow it. He passed between Scylla, the 6-headed sea monster who lived in one cliff face, and Charybdis, the great whirlpool that lived in the other. He lost 6 men to Scylla, but kept the ship from being swallowed entirely by Charybdis, which was, by his reckoning, a fair trade. He landed on the island of Helios, where his starving men ignored his warning and killed the sacred cattle of the sun. Zeus, responding to Helios's complaint, smashed the ship with a thunderbolt as it left the island. Every man drowned except Odysseus, who clung to a piece of wreckage and drifted for 9 days alone on the open sea. He washed up on the island of the goddess Calypso, who took him as her lover and refused to let him leave for 7 years. She offered him immortality if he would stay with her forever. Odysseus refused, longing for his mortal wife and his rocky home. At last, after the gods on Olympus debated his case, Hermes was sent to order Calypso to release him. She did, reluctantly, helping him build a raft. He sailed alone for many more days, was nearly killed by another storm sent by Poseidon, and finally washed ashore on the island of the Phaeacians, a wealthy and gentle people whose king arranged a ship to carry him home at last. Back in Ithaca, his wife Penelope had been waiting for 20 years. 10 years for the war, 10 more for the journey home. She had been besieged by suitors during his absence, more than 100 of them, who had moved into the palace, eaten the household's food, courted Penelope with increasing persistence, and bullied his son Telemachus. Penelope had held them off with various delays. She had famously promised to choose a new husband only when she had finished weaving a great burial shroud for her father-in-law. Each day she wove. Each night she secretly unravelled what she had done, so the work was never finished. This trick had bought her 3 years before one of her maids betrayed it. Odysseus arrived home in disguise as an old beggar, having been transformed by Athena to test the loyalty of his household before revealing himself. He spoke with Penelope without her recognizing him, watched the suitors abuse the supposed beggar in his own halls, and gathered information about who in the palace had remained loyal and who had not. He was recognized only by his old dog Argos, who had been a puppy when Odysseus left for Troy, and who had grown old waiting for his master. The dog, lying neglected on a dung heap, lifted his head as Odysseus passed, recognized him after 20 years, wagged his tail once and died on the spot. Penelope, finally driven to despair, announced a contest. Whichever suitor could string the great bow of Odysseus and shoot an arrow through 12 axe heads aligned in a row would become her new husband. None of the suitors could even bend the bow. They struggled with it one after another, embarrassing themselves. Then the old beggar asked if he might try. The suitors mocked him. He picked up the bow, strung it in a single smooth motion, and sent an arrow through all 12 axe heads. He then turned the bow on the suitors. He and Telemachus and a few loyal servants killed every one of them in the great hall of the palace. The slaughter was complete and terrible, but the Greeks did not consider it unjust. The suitors had violated every sacred law of hospitality in their long abuse of Odysseus's house. Penelope, still cautious, did not immediately accept that the stranger before her was her husband. She tested him with one final question. She asked the maids to move their marriage bed out of their bedroom to a guest chamber so the stranger could sleep there. Odysseus, hearing this, lost his temper. Their marriage bed, he said, could not be moved. He had built it himself when they were married, carving it from the living trunk of an olive tree that still rooted into the floor of their bedroom. Only the two of them and a single trusted maid had ever known this secret. Penelope, hearing the answer that only her true husband could have given, finally let down her guard. She embraced him, weeping, after 20 years of waiting. The two of them spent the night talking, telling each other everything that had happened during the long separation, while Athena delayed the dawn to give them more time together. So Odysseus came home. Of all the great heroes who had sailed to Troy, he was nearly the only one to reach his own house alive and reclaim his life as it had been. Most of the others were dead, exiled or murdered by their families. Some had been lost at sea. Some had founded new cities in distant lands rather than returning to face the consequences of their absences. The great gathering of heroes that had departed with such confidence 10 years earlier had been broken on the walls of Troy and scattered across the sea on the way home, and the few who had returned came back changed beyond recognition by everything they had seen. With that homecoming, the heroic age ended. The poets who told these stories afterward agreed that nothing on the same scale ever happened again. The generation that had walked beside gods, fought monsters, founded cities, and sailed to the edge of the world simply did not produce successors. Their sons grew up smaller. Their grandsons knew the stories of their ancestors as legends rather than as living memory. The wars that followed were ordinary wars, fought by ordinary men, with no Athena standing beside the king of Mycenae, and no Apollo guiding the arrows that won the day. The gods themselves seemed to withdraw, not vanishing but speaking less often, intervening more rarely, leaving the affairs of mortals to mortals in a way they had not done in the heroic centuries. What followed, in the Greek imagination, was the long quieter time they called the Iron Age, and they meant the term less than affectionately. Gold and silver and bronze, in their telling, had named earlier ages of decreasing splendour. The Iron Age was the hardest of them all. It was the age of toil, of ordinary mortality, of farming and trade and the slow patient construction of cities that no hero would ever found. It was the age in which the storytellers themselves lived. It was also, in another sense, the age that has continued ever since, into our own time. The Greeks who first told these stories were already aware that they were looking back at a vanished world. The walls of Mycenae, in their own day, were already ruins. The treasures of Troy were already buried in the soil. They told their stories, in part to remember a world that they suspected was already mostly imagination, an inheritance built up out of older songs and older fragments that had been polished over many generations. And what an inheritance it has turned out to be. Thousands of years later, in a world the original Greeks could not have imagined, with technologies they could not have dreamed of and cities built on principles they would have found bewildering, their stories are still here. Children still read about Pandora's jar. Adults still quote the Trojan horse. The constellations still bear the names of their heroes, their queens, and the monsters they faced. Every time someone speaks of an Achilles' heel, of a Herculean tusk, of a Trojan horse, of a Sisyphean labour, they are reaching back across 30 centuries to touch the imagination of a people who lived around the eastern Mediterranean and wondered, as we all wonder, what the world meant and where the gods were keeping themselves. So that is the whole story, more or less, from the first stirring of chaos to the last hero coming home. From a yawning nothing through the birth of the primordials, the rise of the Titans, the war that made Zeus king, the long parade of gods and heroes and monsters, and the slow fading of an age that ended with a wooden horse and a 10-year journey across the wine-dark sea. The Greeks did not pretend that their gods were kind. They did not pretend that their heroes always made the right choice. They did not pretend that fate could be outrun. What they offered instead was a long and detailed picture of what it might mean to be human in a cosmos that did not always make sense, to face suffering with dignity, to honour what was sacred, and to remember the stories of those who had gone before. It is, after all this time, still a picture worth carrying, and it remains, for anyone willing to listen, one of the most enduring stories ever told. Sleep well, wherever you are tonight, and may your dreams be gentle, sweet dreams.